Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the WTL World Team League 2024 Summer Kung Fu Cup round number 10. I'm, of course, your host, Live VIP, and with me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in the chat, and my plushies. As always, Papi, as always, it's great to be back here once again. Exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is live. The bracket is jam-packed full of so many players. We're here in the round of 64, and this is a banger of a matchup. This is a rematch from a couple of days ago. For those that are unaware, as we're jumping right into our game, for those that are unaware, there was a Bulgarian global qualifier, as there's a big event happening in Bulgaria. There's a big StarCraft event. There were qualifiers held over the weekend, and it went the way of the Protoss. So it was a best of 3 between these two, went all the way to the ace match, went away to the Protoss, and we'll see if history repeats itself or if we can get some revenge. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkione, we have our Chinese Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Mystery Gaming. It is Lancer. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the German Zerg player, the red Zerg representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Lambo. And if you're in the chat, predictions, Papi, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series in this round of 64 match. Oh my god, as we start off with a proxy or with the goal base initially here from Lambo. But again, Lancer did take the series 2-1, but it went all the way to the ace match. Because of that, this could go either way. I want to believe that we could maybe even see another ace match here, as Lancer is so quick to scout, and Lancer does confirm the gold. It is not uncommon to rush into the goal base on Alcyone specifically, so Lancer is very quick to respond, very quick to react. Back at home, he does not go for the Forge response. It is not uncommon to scout this, throw down a Forge, and then go for a cannon rush to force a cancel. We've seen that time and time again. This time we're going for the gate expand, a very minimal response here from Lancer. He's aware of what's going on, and he's going for a bit of a longer game instead. Okay, let's go. You have my attention, Bob. You have my attention. We'll see how we do bring this all together here as the main art is occurring. Of course, Lancer is dipping into the main, getting eyes on any earlier gases, getting eyes on any earlier lair, any earlier spawning pool. We can see just a hatch gas pool opener, standard opener here out of Lambo, outside of course, the goal. And it's going to be on Lancer to punish this. Gonna be on Lancer to punish this as, yo, a shout out to El Paquito in the chat. Oh my god. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Paque Mike. Oh my god. Ojalá que todo te va bien. Hopefully everything is going well over on your end. Hope you're taking care. Good to see you. Good to see you, Papi. Good to see you. Of course, those who know, Paque Mike, of course, was, for a time, the best Protoss in all of Latino America. Mexican Protoss player. Nowadays, you know, taking a step back, a little bit retired, but still clearly enjoying StarCraft. We appreciate it. We appreciate it. As for now, Rocks are being knocked down. Lambo just trying to secure his position here. Meanwhile, back at home, Lancer opening up with a Stargate. Going to be a Stargate opener as a tech of choice. The other way to punish this outside of a Forge is to go into Glaive Adepts. As we can see, no Adepts are in sight. It is just going to be a standard opener here out of Lancer. He is applying pressure already, dipping in between the bases. Again, this is the difficult thing here for Lambo, is we have to defend both the third base and the main at the same time. And it's not the easiest thing to do here, to split up your units and spread out your attention. Speaking of, we shade in. We commit to the shade, and ooh, one drone will not go down. We barely do more for the Spore Crawler in time. Oh, but the second drone will fall, so we get one drone kill in the main base. That's okay. Meanwhile, that is not an Oracle opener. Okay, I assumed it was going to be Oracles, but no, instead it is going to be a Void Ray here out of Lancer. Oh my. Oh my. Okay, so it's going to be a Void Ray opener now. The scary thing about the Void Ray is, one, it's going to hunt down the Overlord, it's going to deny vision, deny scouting, and keep Lambo in the dark, and this can lead into a fast Twilight Council, and there it is! Twilight Council has been thrown down behind the gas guys of the Overlord will not scout, the Overlord will not confirm, and this screams Glaive Adepts. Very fast Twilight Council before the third base has even been thrown down, and the goal here, of course, is for the Glaive Adepts to punish the base setup, to punish the economy here of Lambo. Now, Lambo is taking gases as we speak, getting a second gas. Geyser is droning up, checking our upgrades. We did invest into link speed, thankfully. Third base is going to be attempted. Third base is going to be delayed here. Links are on point, and the probe will go down. So a nice pickup here by Lambo, but it's not about the third base. It's about the Glaives. We spoke about this earlier. Again, this opener did scream Glaive Adepts here. Lambo is unaware. Back in the main bases, no Roach Warren. I'm a little bit concerned here. No Roach Warren yet, and the longer this goes on without a Roach Warren, the more concerned I'm going to become. There we go. 4-minute 30 Roach Warren timing. Not a bad timing here for the Roach Warren. This is kind of like on the edge of it being a little bit too late, but it's okay. You know, 4-minute 30, solid timing. Roaches are going to be on the horizon here. We will have Roaches to defend, but we'll see how much. We'll see if we can keep up. As Adepts are morphing in as we speak. Going to be warping in Adepts as best we can. Void Ray into Oracle. Oracle does confirm the tech of choice, does confirm the Roach Warren at the third base. Lancer is aware. As we do dip into the main base, gonna try and pick up some workers, going for the stasis even. Lambo does respond in time, does pull away. One drone gets caught out. So far, good reaction here at Lambo. At the same time, Adepts stay shade in. And now these are vanilla Adepts. So far, no major tell here, but we are getting a lot of damage. Oh my god, nonetheless, 7, 8 drones gonna be going down. 8, 9 workers do fall. We shade into the main base as well. Void Ray helping out with whatever we can, and it looks like we don't quite get another drone, but this is already amazing damage considering that was not even Lancer's final form. Remember, those initial 4 Adepts, that is not a tell. That is not out of the norm here. That is standard. Now here comes the Adepts, and what I'm concerned about, 0 Roaches. 0 Roaches for Lambo. Now he makes Roaches once he sees the Adepts on the way, but alas, these Roaches may be a little bit too little too late as we're collapsing on the 4th base. Well, sorry, we're collapsing on the gold. And we're going for the Queens. 1 Queen goes down, 2nd Queen as well. There's no transfuse. Yeah, no energy, no transfuse. The Lings are melting here, and now we can pick up the Roaches one at a time. Drones are going to try to evacuate. They're going to try and get the hell out of here, and they will escape. They will slip away. We are denying mining time here, but oh, here we go. More adepts. They're coming in to reinforce. Roaches are amassing. Drones are going to be able to come back, or at least they're trying to. The spore went down. Oh, no spore, which means the Void Ray can wreak havoc. Yeah, the Void Ray can get out of control. No anti-air, no spore, no queens, no nothing. This base is going to go down, and we're hoping for more damage. We are looking for more damage. So far, the adepts, they do escape the clutches of the roaches. They try to pivot away. They are going to kite back. And we're not actually shading towards the natural here. Okay, there we go. The shade is a little bit late, and we're actually shading back home instead. Adepts will escape, but that is going to be a kill on the hatchery. And Lambo, his worker count is, I mean, he's on 2-base saturation. He's on 55 workers, which isn't too bad, but he's stuck on 2 bases. No third in sight. Void Ray does escape, which means the Roach counterattack is not going to be the most successful, but we're doubling down. I believe we did research. We were in the middle of researching Overlord speed. We're going for an infestation, but I was about to say it looks like we're going for a 2-base all-in, and we still may go for a push. But the pit is going to be an interesting one. Because we're behind, this may even be something crazy like Swarm Host play. Till then, Adepts they shade in. They get 1, they get 2. They get 3. 3, 4 drones, 5 drones going to be going to the 6th. Oh my god. 6 drones go down, and I was curious what the purpose was of this infestation. No, it's going to be for the Hydroden. So it looks like Fast Hive into Lurkers. This is a way to recover. Basically, what the plan is for Lambo is, the plan is to turtle. The plan is to rush into Lurkers as quickly as possible, rush into Hive Tech, and try to build up a Lurker count and turtle up and survive and slowly retake the 3rd and retake the 4th. This means that Lambo is not going for an all-in. He's trying to go for a later game, trying to retake the gold as well, but that is ambitious. The gold base is going to be cancelled. We do cancel the gold. And Lancer is just all over Lambo here. Lambo trying to keep up, trying to catch up, but Lancer does a blink over the wall. Leaves a couple of Stalkers behind, not the best trade. A couple of Stalkers do get left behind. Forced to pivot away. At the same time, more Adepts going to be shading in. Not the best shade though, as yeah, we do force to cancel. Lambo, he's holding on. There's the Lurker Den. A Hive is now in production as well. Again, this is the win condition here, or the goal of Lambo is to get into Lurkers as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, let Adepts, they shade back in. They catch another 2 drones, getting a 3rd. 3rd drone goes down. Void Ray does overextend, runs into the Queens. Void Ray goes down. Lambo, he's holding. We're holding on, Pappy. Meanwhile, behind this, we're building up. We're working towards really a gateway-based composition here. Charge is on the way. I'm a little bit surprised we haven't embraced a Robo and Immortal production. It is very common to go from this glaive build initially from Lancer into double Robo and double Immortal production, just because there's so many Roaches. And Immortals, they don't just do well against Roaches, they do well against Lurkers as well. So the lack of Immortals is a little bit concerning. It does mean that this army composition of Lancer, it doesn't scale amazingly into a longer game. So Lambo has a chance. Lambo does have a chance if he can get there, if he can get into those Lurkers. Until then, though, we pick up 5 more drones. Queen's getting picked off as well. Once again, Lancer denying the gold base. Zealots, they do come in from behind, but they don't quite collapse in. Not enough of them. But the hatchery takes a lot of hits, and the hatchery is going to go down. 1 more volley, just barely. Hatchery does 4. Lambo stuck on 3 bases. Lancer on 4. And we'll see if we can break Lambo before we can get into Lurkers, because the Lurker Den is done, Hive is done, Lurker upgrades are on the way, and Lurkers are about to be morphed in. Lambo supply block. Oh, the supply block is brittle. We need the Lunkers, Pappy. Mass Hydra is spotted. Zealots, they do trickle in. They're going to be shut down. And I think the Hydra count is high enough where I think Lambo's fine. I think he's okay. I don't think Lancer can really break this position, not anymore. It does pick up the Roach Warren, which is nice. Yeah, now we have the tech. This is late. This is late tech here for Lancer. Now we see the double Robo. Now we see the Bay. This is to get into Immortals and Colossus and Disruptors. But again, this could have been thrown down earlier. Instead, we went for double Forge and double upgrades. We made that decision, made that choice, and we did not do enough with the Stalkers and the Zealots. The Zealots themselves, they just haven't really added much value here to these engagements and to these fights. So Lambo is recovering. He is not out of the woods yet, but he's getting there. As we're making 3 Disruptors at a time. Oh my god. That's a way to catch up. That's a way to catch back up here and to recover. Making 3 Disruptors. And this is going to come down to the control from both players. It's going to come down to Lancer and whether or not he can connect with those Novas. Likewise, it's going to come down to the positioning of Lambo to see if he can catch Lancer off guard. Cell drop into the main is going to distract, so we go for a warp in as well. At the same time, Stalkers, they try to push in, but the Lurkers are revealed. Observer goes down as well. Charge also making their way in, but the Lurkers, likewise, are still here at the natural. And Lambo holds. We spoke about it. The goal here for Lambo is to turtle, and he's doing it well. You know, he has a line of Lurkers. He's able to protect his third base. His economy is lackluster. He doesn't have a fourth, but his army is looking quite efficient here with all these Lurkers. We're going to try to collapse in. Only 3 Lurkers, but yeah, Lancer just doesn't have enough. Lancer does have the back off. More Lurkers have arrived. And Lancer just doesn't really have the ideal army yet. Does have a decent disruptor count. I would love to see immortals from now on. And yeah, we are making 3 immortals at a time. This is still on a knife's edge here. As Lambo is moving out. Good revelation. How good are the Novas going to be? Should Novas go off? Oh, we crazy army. Better connections. We get I want to say 2 Lurkers. 3 Lurkers going to be going down. Not bad. Another Nova going up. Another Lurker does get softened up. Bearing in mind it takes 2 Novas to kill a Lurker. And that's a lot of Lurkers. And we're pushing up the ramp, pushing into the bases here of Lancer. At the same time, Lancer going for a Zealot run-by, but did not rally into the mineral line. Nova's going to be going up. Pretty good connections. Good connection, but the Disruptors overextend. Immortals are trying to come in from behind, but they run into the Lurkers. We will clean up the initial army, but not the best trade here from Lancer. He bleeds out so much. Yes, some miscontrol here from the Protoss. Zealot run by across the map, gets cleaned up. Reinforcements are on the way. And Lambo, he does smell blood in the water. It's close, so Nova's going off. We catch out every single Lurker. We will defend. We will clean this up. And GG gets caught. Lambo was completely all in, had no economy, was on 3 bases, and Lancer, he survives. Whew. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. A very powerful start of the game for Lancer, but the mid-game was very messy. It was very messy in the follow-up. There was definitely a chance there for Lambo. He almost brought it back. He almost bounced back in that game. But again, he was on 55 drones. He had no economy, he had no bank, he had no follow-up. That push had to end the game, and it didn't. Had to end the game, and it did not do it. Did not break Lancer. Lancer takes the lead. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Now, as a reminder, I mentioned before that the last time these two faced off a couple of days ago, it did go to the ace match, and I'm hoping that's the case here. Regardless of the outcome, I want to believe that we can get all the way to game 3. I want to believe we can make it to the ace match. The pressure is now on Lambo. Let's go. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ghost River, we have the Chinese Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Mystery Gaming, leading the series 1-0. It is Lancer. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the German Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Lambo. Again, that was a very, very tense game, very close as well. Of course, longer game went on, it was better and better for Lancer. Lambo was able to recover and have a window of opportunity with that all-in, and honestly, he wasn't doing too badly with it whatsoever. He was able to get on top of the Disruptors, able to catch even the Immortals as well. But those Purification Novas, they popped off. The Novas did pop off, and they were good enough. Lancer did barely hold. Now we find ourselves in game number 2. Lambo forced to take the unnatural natural. Now, we're loading into Ghost River. It is very common, I say very common, relatively common, to see Roach all-ins, to see like German taxis or just Roach walks across the map, just because of how small the map is and how short the rush distance is. If Lambo wanted to be aggressive and assertive, this would be a good map for it. But a lot of it does also come down to kind of the approach here of Lambo, like how he approaches a series and how he approaches this kind of dynamic. What I'm referring to is that Lancer is up in the series, right? Lancer, he's one more win, one more mistake, one more loss from Lambo, and Lancer will take it all. So does Lambo have it in him to take a risk, to take a chance, and to even threaten a 2-base all-in or a 3-base all-in and put everything on the line then and there when he's on match point? We'll see. See if Lambo will take that risk, or if he plays it safe, takes a 3rd base, drones up, cuts the map in half, and gets into Hydra Lurker Viper. My eyes are going to be on Lambo. As for now, we are just droning up, taking our natural base. Likewise, Lancer across the map. Going to be opening up standard as well. It's going to be a gate expanded to Cybercore into our tech of choice. Once again, Stargate. Stargate opener out of Lancer. Everything looking just like the previous game. We'll see if we open up Void Ray again. I wouldn't be opposed to it. I say this all the time. If a player ever opens Void Ray in a series, I love the idea of doing the same thing in game 2, regardless of whether you win or lose, going for the Void Ray opener again, just to keep the Zerg player guessing. Remember, last game was Void Ray into Glaive Adepts. This game it could be Void Ray, and then you can go into Glaives again. You can go into Fast Fleet Beacon, into Sky Toss. You can go into a normal game and just go +1 and blink. You can do anything, but more importantly, you can get into the head of your opponent. But we'll see. We'll see as the initial Adept does get across the map. Could be trading with the Lings. Does survive. Dipping in between the bases, second Adept has made it, and we can see it is not a Void Ray opener this time, it is an Oracle. Okay, so we're casting aside the Void Ray shenanigans, we're going to be opening up Standard. Standard game this time from Lancer. For now. Just because there's no Void Ray doesn't mean we're not going to be going into Glaive Adepts in the follower. It is still viable, it's still available. But now it's going to be an Oracle opener, and the Overlord is going to be able to confirm everything. We get eyes on the tech, we get eyes on the initial units. Lambo does confirm. And the Oracles are on the way. Here we go. First Oracle making its way towards the natural. Adepts likewise towards that 3rd base as well. So far, Queens are keeping up, Spores are on the way, and Lambo will deflect the initial Oracle. Will defend. Likewise, Adepts stay shaded into the natural, also into the 3rd. And we get 1, we get 2 drone kills. Oh my god, but we do overextend. The Queen's reposition and the Oracle goes down. That was a rough trade here for Lancer. A much stronger start for our Zerg player. 2 drones for 1 Oracle, not worth it. Not worth it whatsoever. Oracles, they have so much value here in a PvZ, and they gain so much value over time. And for the first Oracle to go down, again, a much stronger start, a much better start for Lambo. Does bode well. Does bode well for him. Meanwhile, there's the Twilight Council on the way as the base is halfway done. It looks like we might be embracing Glaive Adepts again. This does look like Glaives. Okay. Now, unlike the previous game, Lancer will have a lot less to support the main army, but ooh, that is +1 melee. Wait, did we scout this? We did not. We did not scout the +1 melee, but now I'm really scared for Lambo. What does this mean? +1 melee into the lair. We're skipping the Roach Warren. We're going Ling Hydra. The plan here is to embrace Ling Hydra. We're at the 5-minute mark, still 0 Roach Warren here for Lambo. So something like Glaive Adepts can get a lot of damage done. As we can see, it is not Glaives. It is going to be it is going to be Bling. Okay, so not Glaives, it's going to be Bling instead. If it was, we can punish the Zerg very hard here by not going into Roaches, by skipping Roaches, going into Hydras. We are so vulnerable. Thankfully for Lambo, it's Bling. It is Bling, so Lambo, he should be able to get away with this. He's waiting for the lair, then he'll throw down the Hydrogen. And Lancer is playing more or less a standard game. I say more or less because the Forge is late. Forge is late, +1 is late. This tells me that this might be a Gateway Explosion into a 3-base all-in. Not uncommon. We've seen Hero embrace this a lot, going for a proxy in the center of the map and going for just 8k 3-base all-in. But we'll see. So Oracle dips in, gets a Revelation, gets eyes on the lair. Hydrogen has been thrown down here at the natural, so far unscouted. And Lancer is backing up. He's backing off with these Stalkers. We have 2 more gates on the way, checking the production. It's going to be a 7-gate setup, and we're taking gases. We're going for a 4th. Lancer is going for a longer game. What does this mean? Lambo gets away with a lot of greed. A lot of greed here for Lambo. He's getting away with it. He's getting his 4th base. From here, he can just drone on up. We have the Balioness on the way. We can now embrace an Infestation bit, go into Hive Tech, and rush into Lurkers. We'll see if Lambo goes for just Ling, Bane, Hydra, or if he does head into Lurker Tech first. faster, I should emphasize. Revelation does confirm the tech. Now we get the Bay on the way. This is late splash damage here for Lancer. Lambo has map control. Wings are moving out. Fourth base is on the horizon here, but we're going to be able to shut this down. As Lings have arrived. Chopper Lord on the way. Lambo getting ready for some bailing drops. And yeah, Lancer's in a really rough position here. The other scary thing about this is that if we do head into Lurker tech, like it doesn't take long at all to waddle across the map and to be in the face of the Protoss. Lancer's just not ready for that yet. Lambo's setting up for a Ling run by. Lancer clearing up some creep. Not going to be a bailing drop, going to be a Ling drop into the natural. Interesting. Hydras are keeping up. Colossus are on the way. Things they come in for a surround. They collapse on the Stalkers. We should be able to blink. We should be able to escape, but one Stalker goes down. A second Stalker as well. At the same time, Lings they drop into the natural, but Lancer's in position. Very nicely done. Lancer he does stuff in his natural. At the same time, he cleans up those Lings, forces them back. Colossus are on the way, and basically Lancer's stuck at home. Lancer, he has to be the defender. He's stuck at home. Now, we can see Lambo has not teched. I was expecting the infestation, but I was expecting a Lurker Den. No. Lambo, he's droning up to 69. Nice. Not any more than that, so a bit of a lower economy here. Basically, a 3-base all-in out of Lambo. Just massing up Ling, Bane, Hydra. Bailings have morphed in, and Lambo is going for the kill. The Colossus. Colossus exposed, and it looks like we should be able to dive on top of the Shield Battery does finish up just in time. Overcharges pop, Shield Batteries do finish, and Lancer, he's holding. Lancer, they finish up just in time. He's going to shut down the Ling Bane, get on top of the Hydras, punish the Hydras as well. Hydra speed is not yet done. We can't get away. We try. There we go. Hydra speed just now finishing. But remember, this was very committed out of Lambo, and he did not do enough damage. Again, those shield batteries, they finished up just in time. It was so close, so clutch. Barely saved the Colossus. GG gets called. The 3-base all-in fails, and Lancer will take the 2-0. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Congratulations. Lancer will take the series, will advance on to the next round. My condolences to Lambo. My condolences to Lambo here as he does take a loss and he will bow out. Lambo, when it came to his build, initially it was a roller coaster ride of emotions, right? Initially, I was like, yo, this is really good for Lambo, right? Lambo, he got away with taking up into Hydras, into Lair Tech, and I assumed that he was going to be embracing something different. I assumed that Lambo was going to be rushing into Hive and into Lurkers. That's what I was exclaiming. I was like, oh, the Lunker Tech Pappy, like he's going to get away with it. And he would have, but Lambo did make the choice to embrace an all-in instead. So instead of taking up even further, Lambo, he did double down and go for the 3-base all-in. Lancer was already stuck at home, was already being defensive. Lancer made the choice to delay the 4th, if you remember. He didn't even start the 4th. He had a probe in position, but did not commit. Did not commit to the 4th base, and as a result, he was able to play more defensive, survive the all-in. Again, really clutch timing with those shield batteries, and Lancer does take it. Lancer does take it in the end here, and we are going to be following Lancer into the next round. Gonna be following him into the next round. My condolences to Lambo. I do wish him the best. I'm pretty sure he's gonna be laddering. I'm pretty sure he's gonna be streaming. So best of luck to Lambo over on his stream. But now we can get settled into our next series. And again, this is now 2 series in a row where Lancer has gotten the best of Lambo. Has been a little bit rough. But again, I do believe that they can have more of a back and forth. Both Game 1 and Game 2, we didn't really get to sink our teeth into longer games. They were both 3-base all-ins out of Lambo. To be fair, Game 1, he was forced into the all-in. Here in Game 2, it was his choice. But yeah, we didn't really get to see that longer back and forth that I was at least hoping for. Was hoping for it. Here we go. We are going to be getting ready here for our next series. We're going to be following Lancer into his next opponent. Going to be following Lancer into Trap. Oh boy. We can take this moment to go over the brackets. One moment here. I just need to very quickly set everything up. I don't want to get left behind. And bam, beautiful. Okay, exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Here we go. The bracket is pretty big and there's a lot to go over. there's a lot to embrace, there's a lot to go over. From the top, this was another series that I had my eye on. Maxpax versus Rex. I was very tempted to jump into that PvZ. Maxpax does take the 2-0 and Rex is going to be knocked out. Maxpax advancing on to face off against Estrella, Max Angel. Max versus Max there in the round of 32. Scrolling down, we have Sue. Sue gets the walkover over Vanya, or over Wayne. So that is a rough scoreline. I was looking forward to that ZVZ, but Sue gets the walkover. Wayne, unfortunately, unavailable. Sue is now up against Triple in the round of 32. Chinese Protoss player, if I remember correctly. So they are facing off as we speak. Scrolling down, we have Milky Cow versus Fiant, currently mid-series in a TVZ. That sounds like a fun time. Sounds like a spicy Terran versus Zerg when it goes up against Nightmare in the next round. Scrolling down, we have Future versus Spats. Bearing in mind, Future is currently in South Korea. So Future, oh, we just got an update. Future, he gets the 2-1 over Spats. GG, very nicely done. Future advances on against Bjorn in a Terran versus Terran. That is going to be pretty spicy TVT as well. Future is not the most standard of players. To look forward to it. Scrolling down, we have our series. Lancer just took down Lambo. Lancer up against Trap in a PvP in the round of 32. And we still have so much more to go over. Let's scroll down a little bit further here. We have Firefly. Firefly up against the next opponent. I don't know who that is. If you are a little bit more familiar, let me know. But Firefly is up against... That could be Silky. I know Silky, he has like an alternate ID on Challenge. So that might be Silky that he's up against. Uncertain. The Fireflies mid-series. Scrolling down, we have Euthermal. Euthermal advancing on a face-off against Skillus in a Terran versus Protoss. Do look forward to that. Looks like a fun series. Trigger takes on Moku. Moku is a Chinese Zerg player. He is the observer for WTL. So Trigger does take the win there. Trigger also in South Korea, facing off against Ryung in a Terran versus Protoss matchup. Wish Trigger the best of luck. Same with the Tuna Terran Ryung. Scrolling down, Iba takes on Hydra. Iba up against Clem. We have Sola versus Geralt. We have Shin waiting for DNS or Ender. We have Spirit versus GG Machine. Classic versus Stats. And we have Creator. Wait, is that Stats? It says Status. I don't think that's stats. So we have Classic versus opponents. We have Creator, Coffee, Hearthstone, Mana, Jeshi, Gumiho, Goblin, and Lemon. So many players. I rushed through it because we're jumping into our game. we're jumping into our game. So many matches, so many players, so many matches going on right now. Again, for those that are unaware, KungFu Cup is the most popular online weekly tournament, more so than the ESL Open Cups, more so than KSL, just because of the massive prize pool for KungFu Cup and because of the time slot as well. It does allow players from all over the world to come together and to compete and to get that KFC. Well, let's go. And we're jumping into our next series here. If you're in the chat, predictions, they are open. Best of luck. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Amphion, we have our Chinese Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Mystery Gaming. It is Lancer. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Gen G Esports. It is Trap. Let us go. Lancer's impressive, not what I was expecting. Yeah, I think there's some people out there that maybe don't watch, like especially like ESL Asia or KungFu Cup or WTL, that are maybe a little bit more unfamiliar with Lancer. But Lancer, alongside Firefly, alongside Jeshi, they all go toe-to-toe with the best players out there. Like, not uncommon for them to bring down players like Lambo, like Showtime, like they can threaten Skillus, they can threaten Spirit, and even some of the Koreans as well. So yeah, the Chinese region has really been leveling up quite a lot the past 12 months. It's been impressive to see the growth of Lancer, Coffee, Firefly, and Jeshi. They've all been getting better and better results. They all have been improving quite a lot. But despite that, I would not say that Lancer's the favorite in this series. Trap has been on fire, especially in the PvP matchup, so this is still an uphill battle for Lancer. This is still going to be a more Trap-favored series, but we'll see. We'll see if Lancer can contest him. We'll see if we can force the ace match. We have seen Lancer pop off against the Korean Protosses in the past. We'll see if they can again. As for now, we are going to be opening up Gate Expand. We do see Trap, he did go for a single gas opener, so Trap is going for a much faster expansion. Meanwhile, Lancer did go for a double gas opener, so Lancer should be going for a Stargate before Nexus, as we have the gas for it. We have the gas for the Stargate. As we're actually throwing down shield batteries, the pylon did finish, never mind. Lancer, 3 shield batteries are on the way, 4th shield battery on the way, the probe is about to go down, one more shot and it will fall. Yeah, the probe does go down. Zealot has arrived. A Lancer diving on that pylon. Shield batteries, they will finish. They will finish up. Lancer is going for the Artosis pylon. Pylon is under fire. Trappy throws down a backup pylon on the right-hand side. As it is 4 shield batteries on the way. 1 shield battery about to go down. Adept is on the way as well to add some DPS. So important here that Trap did get a shield battery of his own. We're down to 3. Down to 3 shield batteries. And again, we're trying to break through that pylon. Are trying, and it looks like with the help of these 2 Stalkers, soon to be 3 Stalkers, we should be okay. With 3 Stalkers, we should be okay. Even if the pylon goes down, we have a backup pylon. We have a backup pylon anyway. The overcharges pop, we save the pylon. The pylon is saved. And Lancer, he's running out of steam, running out of DPS. Shield batteries are out of energy as well. They are out of energy. And Trap does hold. This was a big investment. This was a big investment here for Lancer, and it did not pay off. It did not pay off in the end. Behind this, now we're expanding. Now we're throwing down a Robo, but Lancer is going to be on the back foot. So we depower all the shield batteries, and so Trap now has map control. Now you may be looking at this and be thinking, oh, I mean, Lancer, he's only down 1 probe. Yes, but Trap's base is already done. Like, we already have a Nexus. We're making 2 probes at a time. Lancer's Nexus is still on the way. On top of that, Trap was able to invest into all these Stalkers. So he has a much larger army. We have 4 Stalkers to the 1 Adept of Lancer. So once the shield batteries go down, Trap, he can threaten to move out. He can apply pressure. He can force Lancer to morph in more units to put his economy on the back line. On the back burner. That's what I was going for. Adept does shade in. We deny mining time. Immortal's on the way. The Immortal will help, don't get me wrong. I do like the Immortal decision here for Lancer to be able to make up for our otherwise smaller army. So the Immortal will keep us whole. We'll keep our base up and running. But we have more gates on the way. We have a 4 gate setup here. Sorry, a 3 gate setup for Trap. Twilight Council Blink. There's the 4th gateway. So now 2 base, 4 gate Blink. And I'm sure Trap, he knows how ahead he is. Trap is soon going to be moving out once Blink finishes. Once Blink is done, then we can move that across the map, and it's going to be a tough hold here for Lancer. Lancer, he has to prioritize Immortal production. We need as many Immortals as we can make, as we can get. Double down on those Immortals. 3rd base on the way here for Trap. Trap just taking expansion, getting further ahead, taking a further economic lead. Trap does threaten the shade. Threaten the shades towards the natural. Lancer being kept busy back at home. The Immortals have been spotted, the sentries as well. Trap is fully aware. And basically this looks like a 2-base all-in from the side of Lancer. This when you're building up this many sentries and this many Immortals, does, especially with Glaives now on the way, yeah, it's going to be confirmed. 2-base all-in out of Lancer. Trap, for the most part, has seen most of this, is aware. It's going to be a Dark Shrine alongside it. Oh my god. We're doing it all. The hallucination comes in, and Trap, he does confirm? Oh, he does. He does confirm. He is aware of the DTs. He is aware of the Dark Shrine. Trap applying pressure. Blink is done. Taking another base. Robo's on the way. That's going to be for observers for detection of our own. Trap is working towards it. Adepts, they shade into the natural. More probes going down. Getting 4 probe kills already. Bearing in mind, like, we're committed on 2 bases. It's not the best start here for Lancer. We can't afford these losses. We can't afford these probe kills. Trappy's taking up. Charge on the way. Archon production as well. Slow because they do dip in. Catching some Adepts. As we are getting up to 3 Immortals. Again, that's a pretty hefty Immortal count. We do pick off a Stalker. Stalker does go down. Trap gonna have to retreat. Gonna pull back. And he's just waiting for his charge to kick in. With charge, I mean, they do a great job of just closing the distance, getting on top of these Immortals, getting on top of the sentries, tanking Immortal shots as well. Same time, Lancer's trying to go for some harass. There is a world where if we can slip in with... Okay, we cancel Dark Shrek, never mind. If we can slip in with Adepts, not DTs, as we did cancel. But if we can slip in with the Adepts, then we can wreak havoc and try to recover economically. But we need to get a lot done. Adepts are getting in position. Getting in position, shading in towards our 3rd base. Oh, we came into the shade. But alas, Trap was lying in wait, so we're going to lose 2 probes to 2 Adepts. A better trade for Trap. 4th base on the way. Meanwhile, Lancer getting to 4, soon to be 5 Immortals. That's a lot of Immortals. But what's going to be even better than that is mass charge lots. Now, the Archons will help. I do appreciate how tech-heavy Lancer's army is. Even though Lancer's army is smaller, there's a lot of potential here with force fields, with Immortals, with Archons. There's a lot of potential. Leaves out a sentry. More Zealots are amassing. Lancer moving out. Adepts once again behind the mineral line. And we do get 1 probe. Here we go, Lancer getting ready for his push. It's going to come down to the engagement and how the Archons position themselves, likewise how Trap engages with those Zealots. Speaking of, Zealot harass across the map. Do have defensive warp in, cannon as well. Now we go for a massive warp into the main base, and Lancer races back home. He forces a recall. Lancer forces a recall back. Likewise, Zealot's trying to get surrounds here on the Archons. Prism taking a lot of... Oh no! Taking a lot of damage. Does barely get away. And Trap is moving out. Prism is going to be recalled. Trap now has map control, up in supply. We do have to wait for the Warp Prism so we can reinforce. We can warp in on the front lines. Then we can commit. Brooks being knocked down. Trap gonna be pulling away, so it looks like Trap doesn't want to really risk it here. He's just getting his 4th, still maintains the economic lead. And it looks like Trap may just wait to max out. When it comes to Lancer, because it's been so tech heavy, I would not be opposed to Lancer throwing down a 2nd Robo and a Bay and working towards Disruptors. So even though Lancer's down in supply, if he... never mind. I was gonna say, if he gets into Disruptors, he can make up for that. He can make up for that and he can try to bounce back. Instead, Trap throws down the Robo and the Bay. Disruptors are instead on the way for Trap. So Trap, he's just getting further ahead. The quality of his army is getting out of hand. Prism gets shut down. Lance is moving out. And at this point, Lance is on a timer. Like, now he has to get damage done. He has to move in. The longer this goes on, the worse and worse it becomes for Lancer, as he will no longer have that tech lead. So that's a good amount of Immortals. Still has potential. You can see he's trying to bait Trap into one of these choke points where Lancer can make up for his smaller army. But Trap, he doesn't take the bait. Pulls back. Lancer rotates. Now we get the Bay. Now we get the Robo, but Lancer is 1 step behind. Disruptors are already in production here for Trap. And once Trap gets the disruptors out, we should be feeling confident enough to be active on the map and to move out. Should give Trap that much more map control, as Trap is maxed out. And he's going to need to trade. He is clearing up supply, killing Zealots. Killing more Zealots for more disruptors. And Lancer going for Colossus first? Ooh, this I'm not so sure of. Basically, it looks like Lancer, he thinks that maybe we don't have disruptors yet from the side of Trap. So he's going for Colossus first, which can do well against a gateway-based army, but against disruptors, less so. So that's a thread in the shade. Don't commit. Trap rotating over. Colossus is revealed. Yeah, we are pushing in. Nova's going to be popping off, and we're going for the Immortals! Ooh, one does connect. The other disruptor goes down. Trap going to have to retreat for now. Nova's going off. Grazing on Zealots. Oh no! Oh, massive connection. So many Adepts go down. That was a good half of the Adepts do fall to that Purification Nova. Trappy takes better trades. Going to be reinforcing. Dark Shrine is on the way. More disruptors as well. And Trappy can keep pushing. And this is all going to come down to these Purification Novas. Speaking of, Novas go off. Two of them zone the army. We have one left. Up! Go for the dive. Go for the dive, Nova. It will connect. Massive connection here on the Immortals. Likewise, we catch a Disruptor. Lancer breaking free. You can see the supplies are more or less evening up. Lancer taking another base. Again, now that we've reached Disruptor Wars, like the army advantage that Trap once had, it isn't really as applicable anymore. As applicable. Lancer has recovered. Up! Disruptor is going to get picked up. Barely doesn't. Barely does survive. Lancer is holding. Trap taking another base. And this is still very much on a knife's edge. It comes down to these Novas. Disruptor gets started down. We graze the army, picking up Zealots. Going for another Disruptor. Lancer, he's down to one Disruptor. Uh-oh. Yeah, Lancer just cutting Disruptor production a little bit there. The Disruptor count is concerning. He's now getting up to 2, soon to be 3. Like, Immortals, sure, they can take a couple of Disruptor shots, that's true, but they also can't really micro against Disruptors. Not as flexible as these Stalkers. Never goes up. Connecting once again. Again and again, the Novas do find their connections. Oof. One Immortal goes down. The others are getting low. Meanwhile, Prism into the main gets shut down. Lancer is keeping up. Now, what I appreciate, though, as we're losing Immortals, we're replacing them with more Disruptors. Thankfully, Lancer is not going back into Immortal production. More Disruptors. It's all about the balls, Pappy. For now. Trap leading the charge. Up! Oh my god. Trading 1 for 1. And Lancer being zoned away. The lack of Disruptors is hurting him. He's being bullied further and further back here by the non-stop Disruptors. Yeah, Lancer can just never fully engage. Behind this, did you see what was on the production tab for Trap? We had the Stargates. Didn't we? Yeah. Fleet Beacons on the way. Let's go! Fleet Beacons on the horizon. When it comes to PvP and how it all unfolds, the mid game is ruled by Disruptors. That is true. The late game is ruled by Sky Toss. Because how do you avoid Disruptors? By taking to the skies. Oof. Split's not good enough. We do connect with Zealots. Once again, massive connection on the Immortal. Oh no! Massive connections. 2 Immortals go down. 2 Immortals do fall. But Trappy's working towards that Sky Toss. Disruptor gets shut down. Trap out trading Lancer here. does outtrade him. And catching out more Immortals as well. Forcing back the main army. Lancer responds with 2 more robos. That's going to be, I think, quadruple disruptor production. As Lancer is setting up a surround. He's trying to come in from behind. Never goes up. Ooh. Does connect. Stalkers, they're going to be going down. Massive connections. Yeah, Lancer's army's melting. Now we come in from behind. We try to collapse on the disruptors, and we will catch them. Disruptors, they all go down. One after the other. The surround does pay off, and Trap gets caught out. Yeah, he gets caught out. So workers, the army is falling. Workers are going down here at the third base. We lose 19 probes, but the main army is what matters, and we lost every single disruptor. The disruptors, the Archons. It all gets cleaned up. Do we have detection? Oh, we do. We do have detection, but the base is going to go down. DTs are cleaned up, and now Lancer can push. At the same time, behind this, Trap is embracing a mothership, not fully committing into Skytels yet, going back into disruptors, rebuilding. Lancer has momentum. Lancer has a supply lead. The army supply lead, I should say, as Trap has a lot of probes, has a lot of workers. Obviously being knocked down. Lancer pushing in. Nerv's going up. You see Trap coming in from behind. Up! Good eyes on this. Big Nova did connect though. Ooh, as we take down the Colossus. Colossus goes down. Stalkers from behind. Not quite able to engage. It looks like the base will fall. But here come more Novas. Here comes our own surround. Yeah, Zealots, they come in from the left. They come in from the right. The Novas, they're not quite connecting here, and it looks like now it's Lance's turn to be surrounded, and Lance's turn to overextend as he loses everything. Yeah, the Immortals and Disruptors. GG gets called. Unlike Trap, Lancer does not have an economy, and Trap will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Very impressive there by Lancer, because Lancer had a very rough start. He had a very rough start to the game. If you remember, Lancer, he had given up map control. He was down a base, down in economy, down in tech, down in army. He was down in so many different ways. He was late to the disruptors as well. But thanks to a better fight, Lancer, or even before that, Lancer was able to stabilize with his own disruptor trades, was able to catch Trap out. Unfortunately, as we mentioned, Lancer did not really have much of an economy to work with. He lost 19 workers. He was down like 20 plus probes compared to Trap. So Lancer was pretty all in, was pretty committed, and because of that, upon losing that army, Lancer had no longevity in that game. GG, well played. Trap takes the lead. Now we're jumping into game number 2. Whew, let's go. Jumping into game 2. One Colossus is always nice. One Colossus can do a lot for you. It can. Like, there's some pros and cons. If you remember, we went to Colossus first before the Disruptor Wars really began. I think that's fine. In the middle of Disruptor Wars, I think it's a mistake to go into a Colossus. But again, that was the Colossus from early on, which did survive for quite some time. That's okay. It's okay. Oh. And now we're getting into our next game. We're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Dynasty, we have our Chinese Protoss player down in this series, looking to bounce back, looking to make a series out of this and force the ace match. Representing Mystery Gaming, it is Lancer. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Gen G Esports. It is Trap. Here we go. Now, Dynasty is going to be an interesting one. The big feature, of course, is the Pocket Gold base that is available to our players, but in a PvP, we would traditionally not take this gold until later on as a 4th base. So neither player should be taking the gold base early on. If they do, it's going to be crazy, it's going to be wild. We should be expanding here on the low ground instead, over on the right-hand side. We'll keep an eye on both Lancer and Trap. The reason why it is unwise to take this base early on is because it can be harassed from the other side quite easily by adepts, by stalkers, by oracles, by any kind of range-based unit. Can punish it quite easily. And in this mirror matchup, we have an abundance of that. So this is going to be a 2-gate opener here by Trap. Meanwhile, Lancer opening up Gate Expand. Interesting. Bold move here out of Lancer. Very bold move. Basically, Lancer is going for what looks to be a Stargate into Nexus off of one gateway. So a very greedy opener here out of Lancer. This is the Max Packs build, or the Max Packs opener. Meanwhile, Trap going for something more standard. As a result, Trap has the option to go for a 1-base all-in. Trap, he scouts, he confirms the build, he confirms how greedy Lancer is being, so the ball is now in Trap's court. What is the plan? 2 Stalkers initially. 2 Stalkers are moving out. No proxy setup yet here out of Trap. Probe does confirm the Stargate. Again, it's Stargate first, followed by the Nexus, followed by the expansion. So the Zealots will chase Trap back. And it looks like Trap is just going to expand. Okay. So Trap, he's not going for a 1-base all-in. Trap is going for his own Stargate opener into a Nexus. Now, what's interesting here is that Trap scouted the Stargate of his opponent, so this could be a Phoenix first, but bearing in mind that Lancer has not scouted the tech of Trap, so Trap can go into a Phoenix, and Lancer should be going Oracle. So I'm liking this kind of dynamic that we're seeing here. Yo, Trap going for the gold. Okay. How do you approach this kind of more greedy build? You rush into the gold instead. Bold move here by Trap. We'll see if he can get away with it. We'll see if he can hold on. I mean, I do really like it as a response to a greedy build, right? Because chances are Lancer wouldn't actually have much to punish that base. Trap is the one with map control. Oracle's on the way, but here comes that Phoenix. Again, Trap just looking to counter Lancer as best he can. And Lancer's in the dark. Lancer does not know. Lancer going Oracle first into the Void Ray. He scouted. He did confirm that there was no expansion. But Lancer will not check the gold. Gold base is spotted. Void Ray still on the way. Phoenix does engage. We get a second Phoenix as well. We force the recall. And the Oracle will barely make it back home. Whew, we do save it. Oracle makes it back home. We disable the shield battery. We cancel. Void Ray has arrived. And we'll see if this Oracle can find some damage, as we are going to try and skirt around the edge of the map and try to avoid these Phoenixes. Or these, yeah. These Stalkers, the army here of Trap. These Phoenixes, I mean. So you can see Trap, he's trying to hunt down that Oracle. Trying to make sure he's in position. Spreading out his army, taking advantage of the gold base. As a result, Trap does take a lead. And Lancer, how do we try to punish that gold base? Blink and a gateway explosion. It's going to be 4-gate blink. 4-gate blink here out of Lancer. Very aggressive follow-up here from our blue Protoss. Basically, instead of a 4th gateway, even instead of a 3rd gateway, we could have gone for a faster 3rd, faster Nexus. So Lancer going for a much more aggressive response instead. Oracle does skirt around the edge, headed towards the main base here of Trap. Likewise, Trap still moving out on the map, still trying to find whatever he can. Does catch the Adept, but the Oracle does slip in. But we have a shield battery. We have a shield battery in position. We do defend, we do hold. Going for a stasis, up! We pull away. Oh my god, just in time. We do pull away. Phoenixes, they collapse on the Oracle. Oracle is going to go down. The Phoenixes, they've done their job. But here comes Lancer. We spoke about it. Remember, 4-gate blink. 2-base 4-gate blink out of Lancer. Proxy pylon across the map. Oh my god, going for the gateway right in the face here of Trap. Let's go. So, my apologies. This is not 2-base 4-gate blink. It's going to be 2-base 5-gate blink. Let's go. We are moving out. Phoenixes, they collapse on the army already, though. Stalkers are going to be going down. Nice lifts here from Trap. Lancer trying to reinforce it. He is forcing Trap back. We have a shield battery, though. We have a shield battery. We have an overcharge as well that is within range. Trap has the defender's advantage. And again, he can pop that overcharge whenever he needs to. Lancer has the higher Stalker count, but the Stalkers are getting low. And they are getting low. There's the overcharge. It does top up the Stalkers. Pushing in once again, falling back to the shield battery. One Stalker goes down. And does Lancer barely have enough? It's close. Leading out another Stalker. Another Stalker does fall. And the Phoenixes aren't helping. It's all or nothing here for Lancer. He has to end the game here and now. He has to break through. But the Stalkers are getting so low and they're starting to go down. Stalkers are falling. Same can be said for Trap. Lancer still double the Stalker count of his opponent. It looks like he has enough. He barely has enough. He's breaking through. 2 Stalkers left. Down to 2. Down to 1. And Lancer, he has done it. I say that. Another massive warp-in coming in. Another massive warp-in does finish. But Trappy's up against the wall. Shield batteries are out of energy. And yeah, we have to evacuate. We have to give up on the goal base. Trap has been broken. We are making Immortals. And Trap is taking another expansion, trying to resaturate his natural. But again, he loses control of the gold. And Lancer takes the fourth. Sorry, takes the third. Takes the third base. Takes another expansion. Lancer ahead in economy, ahead in army. The Immortal stuck in the back line, barely helping. Just a really awkward position here for Trap to try to engage. As the Immortals are stuck. And with that, the Immortals, they barely do survive. We pick off a sentry. Behind this, third base is spotted. Trap slipping into the mineral line. Lancer does warp in. We can one-shot probe, so loving the warp in though. Does lock down one of the adepts. That's still going to be 3 probes going down at the same time. Lancer recommits. Does focus down one Immortal and gets the other. And both Immortals go down. A good trade here, a better trade for Lancer. Resets the Immortal count, a third Immortal, another Immortal has just barely arrived in time. And we spoke about this at the start of the game. Again, it is so difficult to hold on to this goal base early on, which is why often we skip it. Trap, he almost got away with the gold, but unable to in the end. Unable to. Lancer responding with his own 2 base all in. Catching Trap off guard. Will kill the Nexus. And then Lancer can focus on the natural. At the same time, Adeptras continues. We'll be moving in. The army's in position. Adepts are on a move. The Adepts are caught out. And GG gets called. The writing was on the wall, and Lancer will tap the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, a very chaotic PvP, both in Game 1 and in Game 2, in very different ways. As a reminder, Lancer went for a greedy opener. He went for the Max Packs Gate, Cyber into Stargate into Expansion. We had a Trap trying to, in a way, punish and out-greed his opponent by opening up Phoenix and rushing into the gold. And upon scouting the gold base, Lancer committed to a 2-base all-in. Went for a 5-gate, 2-base all-in there to try to punish that gold and was barely able to. Trap, unfortunately, was unaware. Trap, even though he had those Phoenixes, remember that Phoenixes, they were busy trying to catch the Oracle. They weren't able to confirm the gateway count of Lancer. And in the end, Trap was barely broken. Barely. It was close. It was a very close fight. Very close engagement. Lancer did come out on top, and now we're going to the ace match. Let's go. Let us go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Site Delta, we have our Chinese Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Mystery Gaming, tying up the series 1-1, forcing the ace match. Can he go all the way? It is Lancer. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Gen G Esports. It is Trap. And once again, another quirky map, especially in PvP. We have a ramp leading into the natural. What does that mean? That means gate expands. Gateways are on the way. Now, the first important thing that we have to keep an eye on is the gases. How many gases do we embrace? Do we go for double gas or single gas? Single gas is going to lead into a faster Nexus. Double gas will lead into a Stargate first. That's going to be the first kind of deviation between our players. We saw it on Amphion, if you remember, where Trap got the faster expansion and Lancer went for the mass shield battery, which didn't really pay for itself. It did set Lancer behind. So it set him behind. As both players are across the map, both players going to be delaying. Oh god, as we do get the Nexus! Again, it was a single gas opener, same here for Trap. Both players trying to rush into those bases, but alas, Lancer will come out on top. Lancer does get the Nexus, and Trap is going to be slightly behind in the economy. As Trap takes the second gas, goes for the Cyber Core, going for a much later expansion. Now, this does mean that Trap can go for tech first. He can opt to delay his expansion a little bit further and go for a Stargate. But there it is. Nexus is on the way. But again, just strictly later than that of Lancer. So a nice little start here from our red Protoss. As our Zealot is going to be moving out across the map. Stargate has been thrown down. Again, Stargate opener out of Lancer. He had the faster gases. He can go for the faster tech. Lancer's tech is going to be a little bit later, as we are still banking up. And interesting, Lancer is going for not the Stargate, going for the Twilight Council, which is scattered by Trap. Trap, he does scout, he does confirm. He is aware of the Twilight Council. Zealot moving out. Probe gets shut down. Lancer being pretty aggressive here, going for that natural. He's going to swipe away. Stalker is right behind that initial Zealot. Second gate in production for Lancer. And he will break down that wall. Oh. It does force a cancel, but now with additional units, Lancer has to respect the army. Has to get the hell out of here. Has to back off. Does have to retreat. Probe trying to body block. Very cheeky moves there by Trap, trying to body block that Stalker. The ball's on that Probe. As Lancer backs off, and it's on Lancer to minimize losses. What I'm referring to is the Oracle. We have one Oracle moving out, second Oracle's on the way, and we have a shield battery that's just about to finish up in the main base. Just barely. Does finish just in time, but instead the Oracle heads for the natural. Yeah, we head for the natural base. Probes are exposed. We get one. Oh, we don't barely get the second. One probe so far. Stalker's going to be distracted. We get another. Oh, almost another probe. There we go. Two probes go down. So really nice movement here out of Trap, distracting the main army here with the Stalkers and dipping in with the Oracle, getting two probe kills. And we're not done. Here comes the second Oracle. And two Oracles, they one-shot workers. So the shield battery is going to be that much less effective. Lancer splitting up his army. Getting in position. Forge is on the way. Likewise, Trap calming things down and going for not a blink. He's going for DTs. Uh-oh. Dark Shrine is on the way. We're going to be embracing the Invisible Man. Now, thankfully for Lancer, we have a Robo. We have a Robo in production, so we will have detection. We will not just die here and now. 2 DTs. Oracles, they dip in. They get 3 probe kills, and they dip away. Once again, not bad. I see in the chat, Lancer is Cyan. Cyan has name changed officially to Lancer. So, yes, Lancer is Lancer. Was Cyan. Estelante. Where have you been, Fafi? He's been Lancer for like 3 months? Like 2 months. Something like that. It's gonna take some time getting used to. It's gonna take some time. But now Lancer's gonna be expanding, taking a third base. Meanwhile, the Dark Shrine is now finishing up. We have the proxy pylon ready and waiting. And we're getting ready for the DTs, getting ready for the Invisible Man. Let's go. Let us go. Do we have detection? We do. We have an observer outside of the natural. Oracles are poking in. And here come those Dark Templar. Now, even though we have the observer, it is sieged up and it's stationary outside of the natural. It's going to take time for it to reposition, which means we can get damage done. It's going to come down to the reaction time here of Lancer. Here we go. Ooh, that's one Oracle's going to be going down. DTs are going to be waddling in. One DT towards the natural. The observer does notice. Well, I should say Lancer does notice. And he will pull back. Trying to keep up with the DTs. Probes are now starting to go down. We're going to get 3. We have 5 work heals so far. Oh, the observer, no! Come back! Yeah, another miscontrol here. We're going to get 13 probe kills. You can see, oh, it only takes seconds. It only takes a couple of seconds to wreak havoc. We get a mineral line. 14 probes go down. And just like that, Trap takes a massive lead. A massive lead for Trap. If only the observer was a little bit closer to the ramp, and we could have averted disaster. Could have been a very different game. But the observer was slightly too far out. And just like that, Trap, he's looking solid. He's looking very solid. He's taking another base, getting a 4th. Working towards Charlottes, working towards Immortals. Now, if you were here earlier in this series for Game 1, Lancer was also behind quite heavily in the first game, and he was able to recover. But that was on Amphion. Amphion is a map that has a little more choke points, has a little more ramps. It is a little more difficult to be aggressive on Amphion, so Lancer was able to successfully turtle up or to be able to defend and eventually get into Disruptors and have more of a back and forth. Have more of a back and forth dynamic with Trap. Here on side Delta, it's going to be more difficult. The difference is, of course, it's a lot more wide open. A lot more wide open, a lot more difficult to survive these initial pushes, especially if you're behind in supply. So the defender's advantage on side Delta is not as large, is not as great as it is on Amphion. So it is going to be a bit of a more uphill battle here for Lancer. More difficult than before. Not impossible, but more difficult. As stasis traps are on the way, Trap getting Slaughter Pylons, getting his 4th up and running, embracing more Immortals, charges done, Archons as well. Trap getting his ideal army. And Lancer is going to be the first to move out here. I mean, Lancer does have to be active, like he has to find some damage wherever he can. Pick off some stray units. Catch some reinforcements, but in a head-on fight, it is going to be in favor of Trap. Lancer is down in army supply. And again, he cannot fight this head on. He's gonna try to commit in. Does have the Stalker advantage. Has micro potential at least. Oh, the sentries! Ooh. And we force out the force fields. One sentry goes down. The other running out of energy. Other does run out. Are going to be trading, poking in. I mean, the concave field for the Stalker battle is in favor of Lancer, true. And he gets the Immortal. Immortal is going to go down, but we have to respect the Zealots. We have to pull back. Yeah, Zealots, they have a ride. We collapse on in. And yeah, the Zealots, they just spill on forward. They collapse on top of the Stalkers. They're getting on top of the Immortals as well. Nice juggling here at the Lancer, but it's just a numbers game at this point. It's a numbers game, and Trap, he's breaking through. He shuts down that prism, breaks through the main army. The Immortals crumble, and Lancer just cannot keep up. GG gets called, and Trap will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the round of 16. GG. GG, well played. It was a very dynamic back and forth series, but here in the ace match, the DTs did win Trap the game. They gave him a massive lead, and Lancer wasn't able to recover from it. It looks like Lancer's answer to losing all those workers was a 3-base all-in, was to just commit, double down, and be aggressive, but Because of those earlier losses, Trap, he was under no real danger. Like, he was just so far ahead, had a massive economy, which meant he had a massive army. If Lancer were to have gone for an all-in, he missed his opportunity. He missed his timing. He did hit a little bit too late there, and Trap, he had plenty to deal with it. Had plenty to deal with the all-in. With that, GG, well played. Congratulations, Trap will take the series and advance on into the next round. And the question becomes, who's next? Let's find out. Let's find out. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves. Let's figure out where we're going very quickly here. Do we have another series? Do we have another matchup? We do. Oh, okay. May as well continue here. May as well follow Trap into the next round. Un momento. One moment. As I am setting things up. Making sure I don't get left behind. Vetoes are underway. And we can soon embrace the brackets and catch up on everything that has been going on. Beautiful. Okay. From the top. Scroll up. Scroll up. Let's head on over. Okay, so we had a Max Packs. Max Packs versus Estrella did go in favor of Max Packs. Hold on, let me bring this down a little bit. There we go. Let me just bring this down. Max Packs takes down Estrella 2-0, and Max Packs is the first, or one of the first, to make it here into the round of 16. He's waiting for the winner of Sue and Triple. That's most likely going to be Sue. Scrolling down, Milky Cow's been popping up. Let's go. Milky Cow takes down Fiant and Nightmare 2-1. Very impressive stuff. Milky Cow, for those who don't know, he's a very aggressive Terran player. He's known for his cheese, he's known for his aggression. I'm sure those are very fast games. We went to the ace match, both in the first round and the second round, and Milky Cow comes out on top. Very impressive. I'm a little bit jealous that we missed out on those matches. I'm sure Milky Cow had some spicy builds. GG. GG, well played, Milky Cow. He's waiting for the winner of Beyond versus Future. That's going to be a TVT. Best of luck, as we do have a Terran confirmed for the quarterfinals. Regardless of who wins there, Milky Cow, Beyond, and Future will have a Terran player advancing on. Scrolling down a little bit further from there. See if we can catch up. We have our series. We have Trap advancing on over Lancer. Trap going to be facing off against Firefly in the next round in another PvP, as Firefly took down his opponent. I'll have to double check. I theorize that could have been Silky. I don't know though. That could have been Silky. Let me just double check. Yeah, it was. Okay. I just know, papi. I just confirmed, but that was Firefly versus Silky. Went all the way to the ace match. Firefly comes out on top, and we have our next series, Firefly versus Trap, up next in the round 16. Scrolling a little bit further down, we have Skillus. Skillus takes down Euthermal 2-1. Ooh, but Euthermal, he took down. He took a map of Skillus. Very impressive. Skillus now up against Trigger. Trigger takes down Ryung. Oh my god, papi. The PV. I just realized. We are in the PvP section of the bracket. I just realized. We have Trap, Firefly, Skillus, and Trigger purely Protoss, papi. Welcome. Welcome to the KungFu Protoss Cup. It's going to be beautiful. So, that's what we are. But yeah, Trigger takes down Ryung. Very impressive. Very big win there by Trigger. I definitely would have favored Ryung in that series. So nicely done here by Trigger. Scrolling down, do we have some other updates here? We have Clem versus Solar in a TVZ. Gonna be a spicy one. We do have Spirit waiting for the winner of Shin and DNS. We have Classic versus Creator. Creator takes down Classic 2-0. Very big win there by Creator. He takes down Hearthstone, takes down Classic. Creator is in the quarterfinals. He's waiting for Mana, Gumiho, or Goblin. I'm speeding through it because we have our next series. Let's go. We're jumping in. We are jumping in. But yeah, Clem versus Solar, that's going to be a really good TVZ that's also currently ongoing. I'm sure that's being casted by someone out there. I'm sure it's being covered by another channel, but here we go. We're jumping on in and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ghost River. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Genji Esports. It is Trap. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player from the land of China, representing Offside Esports. It is Firefly. I can't believe my eyes. 10,000 fireflies. If you're in the chat, predictions are open. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim this PvP. I would say that when it comes to Lancer and Firefly, I do rate Firefly slightly higher than Lancer. And hey, that last PvP went all the way to the ace match. I'm ready. I'm ready for some more chaos. I'm ready to see if Firefly can take it to Trap, force an ace match as well, maybe even take the series. Trap is the favorite player, but I want to believe my eyes. I want to believe in Firefly. Let's go. Probe Scouts are moving out. Game 1 is going to be here on Ghost River, a very small map, very small, very congested, and does favor aggression as well. It's going to be a 2-gate opener here from both players. 2 gates all around, and we'll see what we embrace. Again, you can already see the difference between Cyan, or I should say Lancer and Firefly, where Lancer did embrace more macro maps. I'm referring to Amphion and Side Delta specifically because they both lend towards gate expands. And here we can see Firefly embracing a much smaller map and a much more aggressive map. At least initially. So we are going to be settling in. Here we go. As we're waiting for the Cybercore to finish up, we're waiting for our initial units of choice. Do we open up Stalker Sentry, double Stalker, double Adept? What do we embrace? Where are we headed? As Cybercores are now done, and it's going to be double Adept out of Firefly. It's going to be Stalker Sentry out of Trap. So much more standard economic opener here out of Trap, or much more macro-oriented. With the help of the Sentry, going to be able to scout, it's going to be able to get a read on what Firefly is up to. Meanwhile, Firefly is going to be in the face of Trap. Opening up with double Adept, and do we double down and go for a 3rd and 4th Adept as well? Ooh, as we're being hyper-aggressive, it's going to be Adepts alongside Oracles. We have a Stargate thrown down here by Firefly. Taking up, going for the Oracle Harass. First 2 Adepts are moving out. And the Oracle is on the horizon. Let's do move out across the map. Trap is able to avoid the Adepts with the Probe, is dipping back in, and will confirm the Nexus timing. It does get eyes on the expansion and does even slip into the main. Very nicely done here by Trap. Does slip in, gets a full scout of the main base, does confirm the Oracle follow-up. Back at home, he's in position. Does keep up, does wall off. Nexus on the way, shield batteries as well. And we should be soon seeing that shield battery in the main to keep up with those Oracles. Nice force through, we lock down the Adepts. Ooh, we don't quite get the kill. Adepts will slip away. They do escape. Just barely. Also, I did notice Gemini in the chat. Oh, Papi. Are you allowed to say who you're cheering for? Gemini, who is a bit of a trap boy, but at the same time, Firefly's your boy, Papi. Ah. The offside boy is back. Aye, aye, aye. Regardless, we do see Trap moving out across the map. Does force field the ramp. Are we coming to the shade? Shield battery does finish up just in time. Whew. We'll be able to hold on. We'll be able to survive. Meanwhile, Trap going to be reinforcing. Additional Stalkers on the way. And we have our take-off choice for Trap. It is going to be the Twilight Council working towards Blink. Nice force field. Once again, we lock down the army. And we trap those Adepts. Saw them go down. Very nice control here by Trap. As both Adepts do fall at the same time, though, as the army's busy, the Oracles are moving out. Double Oracle towards the natural base, but Stalkers are in position. Trap is ready. Yeah, he does focus on the first Oracle. Oracle goes down for 2 probes. Not worth it. Oh, no! One Oracle falls the other. It takes a lot of hits as well. Firefly does get away. But so far, not worth it. So far, Trap has been holding beautifully here. Shutting down the Adepts, shutting down the Oracles. Does defend. Likewise, splitting up his Stalkers between his natural and his main. And the pressure is now on Firefly to catch up. Pressure is on Firefly. So he's going to be expanding, taking a 3rd. Oracle trying to find some kind of damage here. Trap is all over it. Oh, does catch a probe. Barely does thread the needle. Oh no! Almost thread the needle, but Strappy was in position here at the 3rd base location as well, and the Oracle goes down. That is what, 2 Oracles for 3 probes? Ay, ay, ay. Again, Trap, he just needed that series against Lancer to wake up. He just... He was able to ease into these longer, more macro games. And now he's ready. He's ready for the chaos. Ready for the intensity that Firefly does bring to the table. And Trap, he's getting intense, Mappy, as we're moving out across the map. Third base behind this. Looking at our army sizes, we have 8 stalkers here for Trap. We have our sentries as well. We can force field, we can look down the army. Blink is not done, bear that in mind. Without Blink, force fields can catch out these stalkers. Speaking of, Adepts get into the mineral line, probes are going down. We catch 1 stalker. And probes are falling. And Trap catching 4 probes here at the natural. And he's looking for those stalkers, and he won't quite find them. Stalkers, they do slip away. Firefly rotates over. Blink is now done. He does hold on to the 3rd, but that was still 5 probes going down. Very nice damage dealt here by Trap. And Trap, he's not done. He doesn't even need to. He's not even behind. But anytime. Dark Shrine, Pappy. Let's go. Dark Shrine has been thrown down. DT's going to be on the horizon. DT's already morphing in. And Firefly, do we have detection? We do not. Not currently. Robo is still on the way. DT's may have just been spotted. As Firefly gets the hell out of there. Again, very possible here that he did notice a shimmer and notice the units just clashing with his own. Yeah, he knows. He's chasing back those DTs, trying to lock them down. Cannon's on the way. We're getting on top of the cannon. Robo's not done. Cannon is going to fall. We get into the mineral line and we can one-shot workers. The shield battery does nothing. GG gets called. Detection not ready in time. And Trap will take game number 1. GG. Oh my god. Trap, calm down. Again, a very different kind of dynamic here that we saw previously between Trap and Lancer, where we had more slower games, which were more back and forth in the mid game. Here we had a lot of chaos. We had a lot of aggression. Firefly brought that to the table, and Trap, he was able to keep up, if not exceed, the aggression here of Firefly, shutting down the Oracle harass, getting a depth harass of his own, and just keeping up the pace and overwhelming Firefly in the end. Very impressive stuff there by Trap. GG. GG, well played. At least Protoss can win 1 tournament a week. What are you talking about, man? What do you mean? 1 tournament? There's ESL Asia, there's ESL Americas, there's ESL Europe, there's KSL, MW. You're just telling us that you don't watch enough StarCraft. Aye. Watch more StarCraft, Pappy. Here we go. We're settling in. As spawning in the top left-hand corner. In the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Gen G Esports, leading the series 1-0. It is Trap. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Red Protoss player representing Offside Esports down in the series. Hoping to bounce back. I'm hoping for an ace match. It is Firefly. What about Katowice? That is not a weekly tournament. Katowice, that's a big premier event, man. As we are going to be moving out. Once again, setting up our 2 gate openers, I imagine. We'll see if either one does try to cut some corners and go for a max gate expand. We'll keep an eye on both Firefly and Trap. We'll see. One day of the week was given a Protoss. It was written in the Holy Scriptures. True. The PvP ESL weeklies. True. Kappa. As we are going to be tipping in. Scouting each other. Once again, 2 gate opener out of Firefly, 2 gate opener out of Trap. We are mirroring each other, and we'll see how we embrace this. We'll see what kind of initial units we do embrace and do go for. As a reminder, in game 1, we had Firefly open up double Adept into the Stargate, into the Oracle with mixed success. It was not was not too successful. It was a rough start. It was a rough start for Firefly. We'll see if we double down and if he's like, you know what, let me just do that again. I know that I can make this actually work. I can bring it all together. Or if he takes a more macro approach. As we have double Stalker out of Trap and double Stalker out of Firefly. Let's go. Okay, a bit of a more assertive start here from our players. Going to be moving out with our initial Stalkers. Looking to clash. Looking to face off. Protoss never even makes grand finals. Ah, Bap, you keep exposing yourself. You didn't watch Stars War 11. Bappy. Ah. Smurge. You also didn't watch Masters Coliseum earlier this year as well. Ah. That was Hero versus Cyril in the finals and Hero versus Maru in the finals as well of Stars War 11. Let me direct you !YouTube in the chats and then you can watch those games if you want. You can watch some StarCraft on the CranKy Ducklings YouTube, man. SNW. Aye. And so now we're going to be settling in. It's going to be, we're doubling down, getting into a 3rd and 4th Stalker. Let's go. Getting up to 4 Stalkers. Trap going to be moving out. Meanwhile, Firefly back at home, embracing sentries. This does mean that Firefly will have less firepower. He will have less DPS. But we do have shield batteries. We do have the force field as well. Hallucination moves out, and Trap is going to be moving in. We'll see what we can get done. Trading with the army. Shield battery does finish up just in time. Firefly playing it safe. Does play it safe. The pylon taking a lot of damage. Oh, the control. Oh my god. Very delicate micro here out of Trap, just trying to poke in, trying to dip in whenever he can. Getting a bit of hull damage on the sentry on the pylon. We even bait out the force field, Spappy. Oh, as we do force him back. Behind this, it was a Stargate opener. The Oracle does take a lot of hits, doesn't actually get much done in the main. But Trap will back off. Oh, and Firefly holds. Firefly, he does hold on, he does survive. Both players getting their natural bases up and running. And that Trap is going to be, at least for now, deflected. Behind this, Trap only went for a single Oracle, did not go for a second, and is working towards Blink. Blink is on the way, just the one Oracle here for Trap. Behind this, a Firefly getting to his own Blink opener. As the Twilight Council is going to be following up this Robo. Prison's moving out. Bold move by Firefly, we'll see if he can move out unscouted. See if he can get away. Whew, and we can breathe. we can take a moment, Papa. We can take a moment to breathe. We can calm things down. Trap backs off, gets a revelation, gets eyes on the later Twilight Council. I believe Trap also saw the Robo. Yes, the Robo has been scouted as well. This time Firefly won't be done dirty by the DTs. He has the Observer, has detection. Let's go. Mortal production has begun. Glaive's gonna be researched, not Blink. Let's go. Additional gateways are on the way. Very aggressive here, very committed by Firefly. Starting off that immortal production very early on, embracing Glaives, going for more gateways as Trap expands. DTs do shade, sorry, Adepts do shade in. Shade into the main. 3 probes, not bad. Getting a 4th. 4 probe kills, we get a full scout. And we shade back towards the natural. The Stalkers, they were lying in wait, they get shut down. But 4 probe kills, not bad. And bearing in mind as well, as Trap is expanding, Firefly is not. No expansion, more gates, oh my god, more gates on the way. We're getting 6 more gates. It's going to be a 2-base, 8 gates all in here out of Firefly. It's all or nothing for our red Protoss. Let's go. We are doubling down with Mass Adepts and Immortals. And we'll see if Trap can survive. We'll see if he can hold. As Adepts they shade in, and we see so much in the main base. Trap, he confirms the additional gateways. Doesn't confirm all of them. It looks like we only see half, so only 4 gateways spotted for now. Immortals are moving out. Also spotted by Trap. Back at home, going for his own gateway explosion, but Trap, he needs more time. Does need more time trying to catch out the army. He is spotted. Sentry goes down, Observer as well. Observer does fall, forcing out another. Backup Observer on the way. Firefly pushing. Trap, can he hold on to that third base? Get caught a bit out of position, force the blink back, making our way towards the Nexus. And we can't afford to give it up. You can see here Trap, he's got a wall of shield batteries ready here at the natural. We give up on the third. But despite doing so, can we still hold? As that is 2 Immortals. We're shading behind the army. We force the blink. Shield batteries already. Overcharge is popped. That's still 3 Immortals in the back line. The force fields, they do zone away the Immortals. The Immortals, they do nothing. Nothing for now. But the force field is about to run out. Phoenix coming into lift. Yeah, Overcharge does barely run out. Immortals, they're getting on top of the Stalkers. The Stalkers are falling. And it looks like a Firefly may just have too much. Yeah, despite the shield batteries. The Immortals, they break through the Stalkers. GG gets called, and Firefly, he pops off, and we force the ace match. Whew. GG. Yeah, the 2-base all-in does hit a little bit too hard, and we're going all the way to game 3. Bold move here out of Firefly, bold move, and Trap was getting ready. Again, we had a wall of shield batteries on the way, but alas, those Immortals, they still did so much damage. They still powered through the shield batteries regardless. So many Adepts as well. And we're going all the way to the ace match. Oh boy. And we have a map of choice. It's going to be Crimson Court. Going to be embracing Crimson Court here as game 3. Oh. And yeah, unfortunately, Trap just wasn't able to prepare in time. Likewise, also didn't scout all the gateways in the main either with the shade. I'm sure that would have tipped him off a little bit more. But yeah, it was a rough position there for Trap. And now we're getting into the ace match. Let's go. We're getting into game 3 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Crimson Court. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Gen G Esports. It is Trap. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Chinese Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Offside Esports, tying up the series 1-1. Forcing the ace match, it is Firefly. Okay, let's go. Again, it's been a very aggressive and very dynamic best of 3 so far. A lot of aggression we've been in each other's face, game 1 and in game 2. And what happens here in game 3? Where are we headed? Where are we going? Now we're loading into Crimson Court. Crimson Court is an interesting one. On the one hand, it's known for having a very secure third base, just because you have to kind of jump through a lot of hoops to actually lay siege upon the third. At the same time, though, in this matchup in PvP, I mean, with Mass Blink Stalker, you can bypass some of these rocks, you can rotate around, you can threaten bases. We'll see if it goes as far as, oh my god, we do delay the gateway! Trap, calm down! The gateway was delayed by a little bit there. Quite an annoying move there by Trap. So we'll delay the gateway. Cybercore is on the way. Trap just being slightly annoying early on. Let's go. Behind this, getting into his own 2-gate setup. This tells me that Firefly's gate is going to be a little bit off timing. It's going to be a little bit awkward early on, just a little bit off balance, if you will. As the Cybercore is soon to finish, gateways are finishing up. I think the gateway will finish up just as the Cybercore finishes. It's okay. The timing's fine. Yeah, we're good. Does finish up. 2 Stalkers on the way here for Firefly. Trap opening up Stalker Sentry instead. So Trap going for, again, a bit of a more macro-oriented beginning here. Being less aggressive and being more scouting-oriented. Meanwhile, Firefly opening up double Stalker. Can follow this up with 2 more Stalkers as well. Bit of a more aggressive start out of Firefly. Here we go. So we're looking to delay our expansions. There we go. It is going to be a 3rd and 4th Stalker behind this. Firefly is going to be pushing. Meanwhile, Trap back at home and getting into his own additional Stalkers as well. Both players are going to be expanding. Firefly does barely get the first shot off. Has to respect the high ground, the tall grass even. Does have to respect it. More stalkers on the way. He is moving out on the right hand side. A trap does spot the movement. He's going to be keeping up. Behind this we have a robot follow up. Stalkers do clash. Again, Firefly does have the stalker lead. And he's going for the sentry. Up! Ooh, bleeds out a stalker though. Stalker goes down. Trap does pull away. Nice force field as well. We catch out 3 stalkers. Oh my god! 3 stalkers, 1 sentry. A beautiful trade here for Trap. We can use Lost Tab again. 3 stalkers for 1 sentry. An insane trade here for Trap. And Firefly has to get the hell out of here. Has to race back home. Has lost a lot of momentum. Thankfully, we have sentries to defend. We can force field. No shield battery, not yet. Firefly in a bit of trouble. There we go. We have another warp in. Immortal's being chronoed as we speak. We should be okay. I say should. Trap is going to be reinforcing with Adepts. Just poking and prodding for now. Going for the sentries. Does get 1. Up. Oh my god. Saves the Stalker. Shade is cancelled. And Trap does retreat. And again, just really efficient trades here out of Trap. Not losing another unit. Does pull away behind this, getting into his own Immortal production. A much safer follow-up here out of Trap, embracing Immortals. Meanwhile, Firefly looking to be aggressive himself, going for the Prism, looking to move out. Adepts aren't getting caught. We shade into the mineral line. Probes are going down. Here we get 2. We get at least 2 probes. We could maybe get a 3rd. And not quite. As I said, we're trying to catch out the Immortal. It's going to be close. The Prism comes in, and Firefly, he will take this fight. Yeah, good juggling here out of Firefly. He shouldn't lose the Immortal. Does barely save it. Does get low. Firefly does save it in the end. Instead, catching Trap out. Again, you can see here, Trap lost 4 Stalkers for that. And didn't get anything. So we are getting quite back and forth here. It's 4 Stalkers in the sentry. Trap pulling back. Both players taking up. Just see a Forge on the way for Firefly, working towards upgrades, working towards +1. Meanwhile, Twilight Council here for Trap. I imagine working towards Blink. Or Glaives. True. Immortal drop into the main. We catch out a Stalker. We get 2. Yeah, 2 Stalkers go down, and we're going for the 3rd as well. Yeah, we cannot escape. 3 Stalkers fall. Probes as well at the same time, but Epps, they get across the map. That's 5 at probe kills. Firefly doing well for himself. Does take a worker lead. And a supply lead as well. And we're still not done. We dip into the natural. More probes falling, and it is going to be Glaives. Glaives on the way for Trap. Still bleeding out even more probes. Things are looking a little bit bleak here for our Protoss player, for our blue Protoss even. So we get 11, 12. Up. We're going to get 13. We're going to get the Stalker as well. And no fear here from Firefly. Oof. These Immortals, they get so much value, so much damage. Firefly taking a 3rd. Meanwhile, it looks like Trap may just embrace the 2 base all-in. We'll see if we throw down additional gateways or if we throw down a 3rd base. Like, does Trap expand, or does he double down? Getting a Stalker. Water drop coming back in. Taking up a sentry. Limited anti-air, so we can just juggle up to our heart's content. The War Prism is not being threatened. We get another 6 probes. And yeah, 2 more gates. 2 more gates are on the way. Trap, he's going for the all-in. He has to at this point. Trap getting up to 6 gateways. And he has to move out. So straight up 2 base all-in here from Trap. Meanwhile, Firefly, he's doing more economic damage, but does he have enough at home to defend? That's the question. Is he spread too thin? And these Immortals, they're across the map. And we're going to need them at home. There we go. There's the recall. Immortals are recalled back. Going to be called out. Oh, we barely do save them. Nice control out of Firefly. Good control. Shuts down the Adepts. Does shut them down. Firefly is holding. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Firefly. Trap, he's on a timer. He's up against the wall. He's on a timer. Overcharge is popped. Trap trying to shade past. And he will commit to the shade. But we have a full wall off. We have a full wall here at the natural. Mortals are being forced back. Here at the natural base, the depths, they do break in. They break into the natural, pushing into the main. Firefly out of position. Probes are going down. We get 6 probe kills. We force the recall. This is okay damage, but we do need more. Remember, Firefly has a third. And Trap does not. And Trap now forced to expand. Again, he dealt an okay amount of damage, but was hoping for more. The other worrisome thing here is the upgrades. +2 is on the way. We have +2 for Firefly, getting further and further ahead in those upgrades. Depth's getting caught out. Nice blinks here from Firefly. Does bleed the Depth's back. GG gets called as across the map the third base also gets denied. And Firefly will take the series 2-1, knocking Trap out of KungFu Cup. GG. GG, well played. It was a very, very intense series, very back and forth, both game 1, game 2, and game 3 as well. Went all the way to the ace match, but alas, Trap, his run ends here, and Firefly will advance on. He does avenge Lancer, does avenge his fallen countryman, and does make it into the next round. GG. GG, well played. Trap did well for himself, making it this far. Did take down Lancer to make it here, but alas, did meet his end at Firefly. I mean, that's PvP. PvP is very chaotic, it's very aggressive, very little room for error. There's a lot of punishment as well. Things can very quickly escalate out of hand and escalate out of control. Congratulations here to Firefly. Congrats, Bobby, congrats. I can't believe my eyes, Bobby. Can't believe them. 10,000 Fireflies. And we have some catching up to do. We have to figure out where we're headed. Where are we going, Bobby? Where are we going? Oh boy. As Firefly does advance on into the quarterfinals. And he's waiting for the winner of Trigger and Skillus. And the question becomes, where are they? I believe they should be playing on the America server, so let's head on over. Let's see if we can quickly catch them. So 1 moment before we have a look at the bracket. I don't want to get left behind. I want to try to catch them if possible. Okay, they're 4 minutes into their game. They're 4 minutes in. Which means we have time. We have time to go over the brackets and catch up on all these matches. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. We did just miss a lobby. No. But I guess it's okay. It's okay. We'll start from the top. Start from the very top here. Okay, scrolling all the way up, we have Max Pax. He has taken out Sue 2-0. So Max Pax is waiting for the winner of Milky Cow and Bjorn. Bjorn took down Future, went to the ace match. Shout out to Future. Did go all the way to the ace match, but Bjorn did take the win. And now we have a TVT between Bjorn and Milky Cow. Winner goes up against Max Pax in the upper quarterfinals. Scrolling down, we have Firefly. Firefly waiting for Skills and Trigger. They are 4 minutes into the game, or now 5 minutes. So we might just wait. We might just wait for that PvP to keep going. We might just cast purely PvPs up here. We'll see. best of luck to Milky Cow and Bjorn to try to diversify things here in the upper half of the bracket. Scrolling down, we have Clem. Clem took down Solar 2-0, advancing on to the next round, and Shin is currently facing off against Spirit in a best of 3. This is the series that just started. We just barely missed their lobby, so I do apologize. We missed it by like 20 seconds. Like at that. So we did miss the series. It just started. But Shin and Spirit are mid-series. Winner goes up against Clem. Scrolling down, we have Creator. Creator took down Classic quite some time ago. He's waiting for the winner of Mana and Gumiho. Goblin took a game off of Gumiho. Jeshi took a game off of Mana. Nice performances there. Nice map wins for those players. But now Gumiho up against Mana. And Gumiho is going to be favored to maybe face up against Creator. Best of luck to Mana. Best of luck in that PvT. So, yeah, the bracket is getting underway here. getting underway. There's only a couple of matches left in the round of 16. Again, we're mainly focusing here. We're mainly focusing on Skillus versus Trigger into Firefly, just so we can, keep some cohesion going and follow our players here as best we can into the upper matches. I would love to embrace some of these other series as well. I'd love to cast something other than Protoss. It'd be nice. But we'll see. We'll see. We'll see what happens, right? We'll see what happens. So a lot of good matches. A lot of good matches are currently ongoing. And let me quickly just double check the clean feed. I'm curious as to what they're in. They're also out of game. Oh no, sorry. They're in Beyond versus Milky Cow, and Beyond is up 1-0. Beyond is up 1-0 against Milky Cow. They're in game 2. They're in that TVT. And a pretty long one, actually. They're, 4 base versus 4 base. Let's go. So they are embracing that Terran versus Terran. But I guess that does mean that we have a little bit of downtime here. Little bit of downtime. Oh, and before I forget, so my apologies. It was in the middle of the game, so I didn't give you a shout out at the time, but a shout out to Quentin Suits. Thank you so much. Sorry, Quentin Suits. Thank you so much for subscribing for 2 months. For 2 months, papi ga. Thank you so much. Gracias, papi, gracias. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much for providing some support here on the CranKy Ducklings. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the casting. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft. Thank you. Thank you, papi. Thank you. GG. But yeah, for now, I guess we do have some downtime ahead of us. Just making sure that the payouts did complete. I think they did. Yeah. Payouts did complete, so we're going to be going on a short break. We will either be jumping into Trigger versus Skillus mid-series, or we might find another series as well, depending on what's available. Quickly checking, though, there are some other English streams going on, and I'm curious if we can figure out where they all are. Okay, so Wardy's casting Mana versus Gumiho. Mana is up 1-0 against Gumiho. Oh my god. Okay. Mana leading against Gumiho. That I was not expecting, so we could see a big upset there. We could see Gumiho going down. We have... Okay, Rotterdam is covering the Beyond versus Milky Cow, the clean feed, TVT. Steadfast is in the ace match, Trigger and Skillus. They're in game 3. Okay, so we will not be able to jump in mid-series. That does tell us that that we're going to be casting Firefly versus one of those 2 players next. That does give us some information. So we're going to be getting into some more Firefly action. Meanwhile, Indy is casting Spirit, of course. Spirit is leading 1-0 versus Shin. So a nice performance so far here out of Spirit. He could knock Shin out. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I believe Shin is the last Zerg player in the tournament, right? Sola went down, Su went down. Shin, he's the last Zerg hope for some variety. So best of luck to Shin. He's down against Spirit. But looks like once again it's going to be mainly Protoss and Terran. For those who are unaware, when we casted ESL Americas yesterday, we casted 7 PVTs in a row. Unironically, we 7 PVTs in a row, back to back for ESL Americas. It was a lot of Protoss versus Terran. It was it ended with Dark versus Beyond. It ended in a TVZ, but we had to work through a lot of TVP to get there. We'll see something similar happens here tonight. We'll see. But for now, I guess we are going to be embracing that break. We're going to be calming things down, and when we return, we will have our next series. So until then, take this moment to drain your disruptors, hydrate your hydras, massage your marines, stretch your roaches, and we'll be back soon with some more StarCraft. See you then. See you then. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that lovely Brutal OST as we have returned with our next series with our first quarterfinals match of the night of WTL KungFu Cup Round 10. We're here with yet another PvP. And we've been following this player here as spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn. We have the Chinese Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Offside Esports. It is Firefly. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player representing Team Liquid. It is Skillous. Here we go. And if you're in the chats, if you're in the Twitch chat, I should say, predictions. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you believe will win this PvP. Both players have shown off their PvP prowess already in this tournament. Firefly, he just took down Trap. He just took down Trap 2-1. At the same time, Skillous took down Trigger 2-1 as well. So both Protosses, they have been able to flex their skill in the PvPs. And how do they compare to each other? How do they compare? Also, I should add an alias very quickly here for Skillous. Quickly add an alias, and here we go. It's going to be a 2-gate. Okay, it's going to be a 2-gate opener out of Skillous, 2-gate opener out of Firefly. Now, we had a very intense, very aggressive series earlier between Firefly and Trap. I didn't really get to see too much of Skillous versus Trigger, so if you maybe caught a glimpse of it, maybe you can let us know what did occur. I did actually see a bit of the tail end of Game 3, and it was more of a macro later game, mid-game back and forth between Trigger and Skillous. We'll see if we can actually embrace that here as Firefly is opening up with a proxy. Pylon has been thrown down. Now, based on the proxy location, this looks a little bit more ideal for a proxy Stargate, so we can go for the Oracle and go into the main base and harass. We'll see if that's the case here as the Cybercore is about to finish, and we're about to throw down our tech of choice. What's it going to be? Stargate it is. So proxy Stargate out of Firefly. Meanwhile, Skillous, he's going for his own fake proxy Pylon as well, or it could be a real one, actually. We could go for our own proxy Stargate. Oh boy. It's going to be a double adept opener. Double adept initially, probe is staying in place, which means I'm feeling another Stargate as well. As Skillous and Scout did confirm the Pylon is missing, is aware that something is wrong, something is amiss. Adepts have arrived. And there it is, Stargate has been thrown out. So proxy Stargate from Skillous, proxy Stargate from Firefly as well. Firefly will hit first, he will hit harder, he will hit a little bit faster. We'll see if Skillous can keep up. As in the main base, we are looking quite bare bones, quite exposed. Adepts are moving out. Welcome to PvP, by the way. Welcome. Proxy versus proxy. Let's go. Oracles are on the way. Adepts are going to be threatening to dive into the main. Firefly is going to be the first to expand. Does throw down the Nexus. We shaded. No, we're late. We're late to wall off the Adepts. They shaded to the main base. Probes are already going down. This is a disastrous start here for Firefly. Probes are falling left and right. 3, 4 probes going to be falling. And we're not done. We still have the Oracle on the way. At the same time, though, Firefly going for the main as well. We get 6, we get 7, we're gonna get 8! Up! Oh my god, 7 probe kills in the main. And we're still not done. The Adepts are still alive, they can still shade back in. Meanwhile, here comes that Oracle. The Firefly, he has to get damage done. There's a lot of pressure on Firefly to somehow reciprocate. We have Stalkers in position. Firefly will get a probe, but just the one. One probe goes down, not good enough. And Skillous, he's moving out with that Oracle. It looks like the Oracle is actually, a little bit late here for Skillous. It looks like he was supply blocked earlier, so the Oracle is going to be a little bit delayed. Meanwhile, Firefly, he does double down, goes for a second Oracle. 2 Oracles can one-shot workers. But Firefly, there's nothing in the main base, no Stalkers, no Adepts. Firefly is being dragged out of position. His Stalkers are being distracted. As Oracles, they do rotate around, they hit another worker. Hit the main. Stalkers have warped in. Oracle into the main. More probes going down, and this is becoming far too much already. 3, 4 probe kills, almost a 5th. We do get a 5th probe. And with that, Skillous, he has a massive economic advantage. Now, he's still on 1 base economy. He has not yet main-arted over towards the natural yet. He's just waiting until his Stalker count gets a little bit higher, waiting until he gets a better handle on these Oracles. So really careful play here out of Skillous. Doesn't want to get caught out, doesn't want to be pulled apart. The Phoenix has arrived, the Oracles have to get the hell out of here. And now, we can Maynard. Now we can send our probes over and mine efficiently. I said now, yeah, okay. As probes are being sent down. Meanwhile, both players going to be losing their oracles. Skillus does maintain quite a solid economic lead. And now we're getting into Blink. Blink is on the horizon. Additional gateway as well. And Firefly, he's committed. Looking at the army sizes here, Firefly does have the Stalker lead alongside the Oracles. We're moving out across the map, but remember, Firefly, he's down in workers, but he's up in army. Firefly is committed. And can we break through? There is a shield battery. There's an overcharge. Phoenix does take some damage. Shield battery under fire. Yeah, the shield battery's gonna be focused down. Boys, they have to be pulled away. Probes are falling, and Firefly, can he make this work? Can he break through? Oh, it's gonna be close. Oracles, they hit the main. They get 8 probe kills so far. Not bad. But Skillus defends. He deflects the main army, and he still maintains a 10 worker lead. 9 probes was good, but not good enough. As we can punish the retreats, and GG gets called, and Skillus will take game number 1. GG. Skillus will take a lead here. And as we settle into this series, a big shout out in the chat to Smalko. Smalko in the chat. Thank you so much, Smalko, even. Thank you so much for subscribing for the first time with a tier 1 sub. Thank you, Papi, thank you. Once again, we appreciate the support. Did subscribe during the break while we were waiting for our players. Thank you so much. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft as we are here in the quarterfinals. The winner of this series will advance on to face off against the winner of Max Pack's Milky Cow and Bjorn. So they're going to be waiting for some time here, potentially. I'm hoping this goes to the ace match. I'm hoping this goes to a game 3. But we'll see. The pressure is now on Firefly. The pressure is on. As the PvP does continue. And we're going to be loading into Ghost River. Oh my god, okay. It's going to be a much smaller map. Much more aggressive. Now, we saw what Firefly is capable of against Trap. We'll see what he does here against Skillus. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ghost River, we have our red Protoss player down in this series. Looking to bounce back here and now, representing Offside Esports. It is Firefly. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player representing Team Liquid. It is Skillus. And Skillus leading the series 1-0. One more game is all he needs to make it to those semifinals. He is so close to that top 4 run. To at least top 4. Hoping to go even further than that. But Firefly does stand before him. For now, we're going for our initial 2 gate openers, I imagine. And we'll see where we go from there. We will see. We did have proxy versus proxy last game, and again, I was favoring Firefly initially in game 1, but it was the Adepts. It was the Adepts that somehow they slipped in, they got out of hand, they got out of control, and yeah, Skillus got a lot of momentum really early on in game 1. Firefly needs to keep up. As probes do move out across the map. By each other. It's going to be double gateways here from Firefly. Likewise, double gate out of Skillus. Cybercore is on the way, and we will soon embrace our first 2 units. Now, whether it's going to be double Adept, double Stalker, or Stalker Sentry, yet to be determined. We could even go just Sentry into a faster expansion, but that's a little bit too risky on a map like this. So I'm going to be ruling that out already. Meanwhile, Skillus hiding the second pylon, but it's hidden in the main. Is Firefly doing the same thing? They both hide their pylons. Skillus doesn't actually fully check the main base, so he may believe that there is a proxy. Skillus may fall for it, and Firefly is hoping for an overreaction. Meanwhile, Skillus looking to expand. And Skillus is going for a much faster Nexus. No fear out of Skillus. He calls a Firefly's bluff. Skillus may not have scouted the pylon, but he doesn't care. Skills doesn't carry expands. Probe does confirm the expansion of Firefly, so Skills now knows that even though he didn't scout the pylon, he knows that there is no one base. Oh, the force field! A little bit too late. It barely does miss. And the probe does slip away. Does barely escape. Now, with this Nexus timing, there could still be a setup for a proxy Stargate somewhere on the map. So Skills, he's scouting, he's checking. And he could even be setting up for his own proxy location, as Skills is opening up Twilight Council, meanwhile Firefly is opening up Robo. Very safe opener here out of Firefly. With this Robo opener, we can get into earlier Immortals, and this can lead into a 2-base all-in, which you have already seen in the past, today by Firefly, with Immortals and Glaive Adepts. Hallucination dives in, Skills does confirm the Robo, is aware of the tech of choice, and the pylon has been thrown down. Skills going for the proxy, rushing into Blink. Nation keeping an eye on things. Observer's on the way. Initially Observer, followed by the Immortal. So Firefly working on a very early Immortal count here. Meanwhile, we have that gateway set up. So I believe it's going to be 3 gates for the time being. We could throw down a 4th gateway back at home to go for a 2-base 4-gate Blink timing. We'll see if that's what we go for. Again, this hallucination of Firefly does see everything in the main. Everything looks normal. But we don't see the 3rd gate. We don't know that Skills has that many more weapons available and can double down and move out. As Firefly is the first to expand, takes the 3rd base. Uh-oh. Firefly focusing on his economy. And Skills, he's moving out. He is spotted by the Observer. The Observer does confirm. Gateway is done. Skills should be expanding. It's not going to be an all-in, otherwise we would have seen more gateways. It's only 3 gates, so Skills is expanding, but we can reinforce. There it is, 3 Stalkers at a time. The goal here is to deny and break the 3rd base. Can we catch the Immortal? The Immortal looking very exposed. And the nice force field here. We lock down the Immortal. The Immortal's going to be focused, and the Immortal will fall. Massive pick off. The Immortal goes down. The sentries as well. Thankfully, a 2nd Immortal does arrive just in time. Firefly does reinforce, gets here in time. Skills unable to trigger the shields. Skills does have to back off. Once again, it looks like he wants that Immortal, doesn't get it. Does not trigger the shields, not yet. Once again, a good force field. We just dive in. We go for the dive. We focus out the Immortal. 2nd one goes down. Okay, just hyper aggression here from Skills, and he's going to snowball out of control. Takes on every single unit. The Stalkers, the Adepts. Shield battery does finish, but it finishes up too little too late. GG gets called, and Skills will take the series 2-0. GG. Happy. GG, well played. Skills will take the series. Does snowball out of control there with the hidden proxy 3rd gate. Again, Firefly was being a little bit too greedy, but he didn't know that he was being greedy in a sense. He didn't know that he was about to be punished, didn't know how aggressive Skills was being until it was too late. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations. A very fast series here. Skills will advance on and will be the first to make it into, the 2nd to make it into the semifinals. GG. GG, well played. We have some updates. We have some updates here. Oh. We have some updates on the brackets, and let's quickly catch up before we dive into our next series. Oh, because we have it. We have it ready, man. Let's go. From the very top, so from the bottom, you can see here, Mana. Massive upset. Mana, he 2-0'd Gumiho. A massive win. An insane result here. Mana at the bottom of the bracket. He takes down Gumiho 2-0. And he advances on into the quarterfinals. It is a bit of a short-lived, celebration here for Mana. A big win for Mana to bring down Gumiho. And then that was a very fast series as the Creator takes down Mana 2-0. That was even faster than our series. Like, we started before they did, which is crazy. So that was a very fast PvP. Creator, he takes the win, and Creator is actually our first player in the semis. Skills is our 2nd. So Skills is in the upper semis, Creator is in the lower semifinals. And let's quickly catch up and get ready for our next matchup. We're taking a break from the PvPs and we are embracing a PvT. It's going to be MaxPax versus Björn coming up next. The winner faces off against Skillus. Oh boy. So we have a PvT, MaxPax versus Björn. The vetoes are done and we are getting ready. As Skillus will have a break, he'll have a moment to breathe. It's all good. Just getting everything sorted. Bam. Okay, now we can scroll up. So, Creator, he advanced on to the semifinals. Scrolling up, we have Clem versus Spirit in a TVT. Shin was eliminated 2-0. Shin was the last Zerg player in the tournament. Now no more Zerg, only Protoss and Terran are duking it out. We have 2 Protoss players confirmed in Creator and Skillus in the semifinals. There's going to be a Terran confirmed as well. It's going to be 1 Terran between Clem and Spirit to make it to the lower semifinals. And we are focusing our attention up here as Björn takes out Milky Cow. Went to the ace match, by the way. Oh my god, Milky Cow. He's crazy. He's a madman. He popped off here this week. Like Milky Cow, he took down Nightmare, he took down Fiant, took a map off of Björn. Really impressive stuff here out of Milky Cow, but Björn does take the win. And now we have our series, MaxPax versus Björn into Skillus. That is where our stream is going to be focusing. So we have our matches, we have our setup. We have everything getting ready. As it looks like our players, they need a moment. They're going for a bit of a bathroom break. So they need a moment to set up. Which is great for us because it lets us set up as well. Does give us time to prepare. Oh. Okay, when it comes to the lower TVT, when it comes to Spirit versus Clem, I think that's being casted by some of the other casters. Quickly checking, I think that's being covered by Rotterdam and potentially Steadfast. I think they're focusing on those lower TVTs. So they have you covered. They have you covered there. And again, at least we can embrace a different matchup. At least we can embrace something a little bit different. When it comes to the semifinals, we will be casting both. Both semis are typically casted, so we should be covering whichever one first, followed by the other. So that means we have 4 series left. It's going to be this quarterfinals, then both semis, and then the grand finals. So 4 matches remaining here in the tournament in KungFu Cup. Oh boy. As it looks like our players are ready. Lobby has been made. We're jumping in. Alright, jumping into our fresh best of 3. Oh boy. And if you're in the chat, predictions will soon be open so you can place your bets on who you believe will make it to those semis. Will it be our Protoss or our Terran? Will it be MaxPax or Björn? Best of luck. Best of luck. I do give the edge to MaxPax, but I say the edge. I would love to see an ace match, regardless of who wins. I want to see a game 3 always. I'm greedy, papi. Give me an ace match. Give me a game 3. Do hope that's going to be the case, as here we go, spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our Danish Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Psystorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Björn. Yes, predictions are open in the chat so you can place your bets. Get your gamba going. Get your gamba going for those predictions. As we are settling in. And it's great to see MaxPax again. We have been missing MaxPax the past couple of weeks in ESL Americas. MaxPax has not been as active, it feels, as of late. Been missing, you know, a week here or there. He was not present this week in ESL Americas, as he usually is. But great to see MaxPax at least here in KungFu Cup. I do appreciate it. As Björn is going to be opening up double gas, I have to focus a little bit. because it's a very different dynamic. We've been focusing. My brain is like PvP wired right now. It's like, oh, 2-gate opener. are we going for the max packs? What's going on? So double gas opener here out of Beyond is going for a faster factory. Oh, max packs being very annoying. Does almost get the SCV. The probe is a menace and will be eventually forced out. But does also confirm the opener. Again, factory is going to be on the horizon and going for a delayed CC. So a much more aggressive start here by Björn. Factory is now on the way. And we'll see what this leads into. This can lead into a mine drop, can lead into a cyclone drop, can lead into a tank push. There's a lot available here, a lot of options for Björn. Even lead into Banshee play, which has been quite trendy. And Björn has been willing to embrace and incorporate Banshee builds in TVPs quite often mid-series. So I'm sure we'll see that at some point, either in Game 1, Game 2, or potentially Game 3. But now the Reaper is moving out, looking for the probe. Probe did race back home, so the Reaper is unsuccessful in its endeavor. Does not find the worker. Back at home, Max Pack's going for his expansion, getting to his initial Adept. Looks like it's going to be an initial Cyclone here from Beyond. Reaper is zoned away, and Max Pack's opening up Stargates, not Twilight Council. Okay, you have my attention. You have my attention here. Max Pack's embracing something a little bit different, something more macro-oriented, looking like a Phoenix opener. It could be Oracle. If we were casting someone like Hero or Classic, I'd be like, oh, maybe it's an Oracle opener. With Max Pack's, I'm imagining it's going to be a Phoenix instead, but we'll see. We'll keep an eye on Max Pack's. Meanwhile, back across the map, we do have our 1-1-1, as I did mention. It is going to be the initial Cyclone. We're not getting into a second Cyclone, though. Oh, no. There it is. There it is. Second Cyclone is on the way, which means we should be getting ready for some job play, for a move out. Bit of an aggressive start here for Björn. I mean, as we saw with the double gas. And there should be double Cyclone with Mass Marine and a medevac. But we'll keep an eye on Björn to confirm as we are building up. Meanwhile, it is going to be the Phoenix opener. There's that medevac on the way, so Björn getting ready to move out. Adept does get eyes on the lack of add-on on the starport. Not a bad scout. Adept is going to be shut down. But Max Pax has seen a good amount and is building up that Phoenix count. Now, when it comes to this kind of back and forth that we're about to have, I do favor Björn. I mean, traditionally, Phoenix openers leave you a little bit vulnerable early on. That's why it's safer to go Blink. To open up Blink and go like 3-gate Blink, for example, is typically just a safer way to play. So this is a risky maneuver here by Max Pax, and we'll see if he can keep up because we have a lot of anti-air. We have 2 Cyclones, we have Mass Marine, Medevac is able to support. Bearing in mind these Marines are vanilla Marines, there is no stim, so most of the DPS comes in the form of these Cyclones. The Marines are there to support, more than anything. They're there to support. We're moving out. Shield battery is done. Overcharge going to be available. Only 2 units on the ground. Phoenixes move out. As they move out, Beyond moves in. Not yet, though. He's waiting for reinforcements, building up, getting ready for a 3rd Cyclone. Liberator's on the way as well. There's a very committed build here out of Beyond, rallying everything across the map. Phoenixes, they do hit the main base, and Beyond is not going to turn back. He's going to commit. Yeah, Phoenixes, they do get some SCVs. Beyond catches a stray Phoenix. Phoenix goes down. Going for the pylon as well. Lock-ons are real. We take down an Adept. Adept goes down. Pylon as well. Everything stays powered, thankfully. There is a 2nd pylon. Phoenixes that were recalled back home. Whew. Max Pax did recall. And Beyond is going to pull back. He got some good damage. Got a pylon, got an Adept. Back at home, 3rd CC is on the way. Here at the natural. So we do see a bit of a delicate dance here between Beyond and Max Pax. Phoenix is moving out once again. Max Pax reinforcing with an Immortal. We do have to respect it. Stalker barely does escape. The lock-ons do connect and up. The Immortal pulls away. We catch the Stalker. Stalkers are going down left and right. We deny the 3rd base. And we're pushing in at the same time. Liberator laying siege here at the natural. 7 probes go down. We get 7 probe kills. And I love that as the Phoenixes return home, Beyond backs up. Like, Beyond, he knows his limits. He knows that he cannot really engage, especially with the overcharge that has been activated. So Beyond pulls away, and he's content denying the 3rd. Is content. Meanwhile, Max Pax so quick to move out across the map. Going for the mineral line. The mineral line is exposed. SCVs are going down. And once again, Beyond doesn't flinch. He just keeps pushing. He's like, you know what? You can kill my SCVs. That's fine. I'm going to kill you. Oh boy, we'll see if this pays off. as MaxPax does pull back. He's pulling back home, bearing in mind that's also NG being used to harass, NG not being used to pick up the tank, for example, or the Cyclones. We do delay the third base. Immortal's moving out. Tank, oh, big tank volley goes off. We strip the shields. We do snipe that for a Cyclone. Cyclone goes down. That's a pretty big pickoff. Stim is on the way, but now we're down to 2 Cyclones. There is quite a bit less DPS available here for Bjorn. Third base is on the way. MaxPax moving out across the map, expanding at the linear location instead. Going for the linear third base, and Bjorn doesn't know. He doesn't know that he's not really denying an expansion here. We're diving in. Yeah, we're going for the dive. Tank goes down. Bjorn has to retreat. Phoenix as they race back home, and we shut Bjorn down. Yeah, he gets caught out. The tanks, the Cyclones, the Medivacs, it's all going to be cleaned up. Massive pick-off here. As MaxPax catches the army, takes the third base. Bjorn getting his own third, but Bjorn still building up, has lost map control. And here comes MaxPax. MaxPax is moving out. We have our Immortals, they survived the early game. We have our Colossus. We have our Phoenixes. We're embracing Phoenix Colossus back. Let's go. And we're pushing in. We have 2 tanks, but they're lifted. The tanks are lifted. The Marines, they cannot hold their own. Stim finishes up just after the fight is about to end. Yeah, Stim just a couple of seconds too late. As I say that, the Vikings, they bring down the Colossus. Colossus falls. What about everything else? What about the ground army? The Immortals themselves, they barely break through. 10 SCVs go down. And Bjorn, he doesn't really have much left. He can hold on to his natural, but he lost the third. Does lose control of the third base. That's 12 SCVs going down. Yeah, Bjorn barely didn't have enough. Again, Stim finished after the fight ended. So just a brutal timing. A couple more seconds, and that could have been the difference between a hold. Between a hold and this. As now we have Stim, but it's too little too late. Voids are being pulled. A tank gets lifted. Time and time again. We do get a surround here on the Immortals. But that's still 13 more SCVs. 15 more SCVs going to be going down. Aye. Not like this. As Bjorn is up against the wall. And behind this, MaxPax happily mining on 3 bases. From here, we can even take a 4th base. Yeah, we're setting up for it. Pylon being thrown down. More Colossus going to be reinforcing. I appreciate as well that MaxPax pulls away with his main army, so he doesn't get caught out, doesn't overextend. He harasses only with Phoenixes. And he just takes a step back to reinforce. The CC itself getting very low. Oh. Does survive. Does get low. And there's no rush. There's no rush here for MaxPax. He can just back off, calm things down. He's getting a 3rd Colossus. Getting more SCVs. The supplies may look similar, but the soup does lie. As MaxPax has been skipping warp-ins. He's been skipping warp-ins. He's been focusing on his production, on his tech, on his upgrades. And now we can start to warp in. And now the supply differential here is going to be greater and greater. Now we can actually look to exceed and focus on our army and get ready for the push. We are going to be getting ready. And with that, MaxPax is going to skyrocket ahead here in the supply. The Prism has arrived to reinforce. Bjorn taking a defensive stance. Does have 3 tanks. Does have a good amount of Marauders. There is potential here for Bjorn. But honestly, MaxPax doesn't have to push in. We can just take a 4th. Yeah, just take a 4th base, take up even further. And the win condition here for MaxPax can just be deny the 4th base of Bjorn. That's all he needs to do, and yeah, he backs up. So MaxPax, he, again, respects the position here of Bjorn, respects the defender's advantage. MaxPax pulls back, and he spreads out his units. Again, he's looking for the 4th base. If Bjorn ever expands, then MaxPax can push in. Until then, he can just calm down. As Bjorn is pushing right through the center. Going to be quite committed here. Not taking gases at his 3rd. Bjorn is pretty all in with this push. And he's being slowed down. Time is working against Bjorn here. The longer this goes on, the better it becomes for MaxPax. Archons are morphing in. Charge ults as well. Beyond rotating around at the same time. Stealth, they dive into the main. The tanks do siege. Up. Big volleys. Massive tank shots go off. One Colossus goes down. Good pick off here by Beyond. Very nice pick off. And again, remember, there are no gases. There is no fourth base. SCVs are going down. Beyond has to break through. Oh. Once again, they're pushing into the siege tanks. The Phoenix, they go for the lift. Tanks are going to be shot down. The Colossus, they swipe away at the Marines. And it looks like MaxPax Siege completely shuts down the army. GG gets called, and MaxPax takes game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Again, MaxPax, he was able to survive the early game aggression of Beyond, able to snowball out of control with his own push. Able to barely break the defenses of Beyond just before Stim finished. Again, it was a brutal timing where Stim finished up after the tanks had gone down, after the bio had fallen. This was at the fight that was taking place at the third base of Beyond. And MaxPax had been able to cripple Beyond then and there. And that eventually forced Beyond into the all-in that we just saw. Like, it was all or nothing with that push. Had to end the game, and it did, in a way. Did end the game. MaxPax does take it. And now we're getting ready for game number 2. Let's go. Getting ready for that second game. And we'll see if Beyond can fight back. As game 2 is going to be on Alcyone. Oh boy. When it came to the early game, I kind of glossed over it, but Beyond was of course being hyper aggressive. It was really cool to see MaxPax just show no fear, and he was being very active with his Phoenixes. He was able to pick away SCVs across the map, get a lot of economic damage done, while also defending back at home. He was able to hold on against the aggression of Beyond, and Beyond wasn't really able to gain too much ground. He initially did deny the third base, true, he did deny the third that one time, but wasn't able to do much more than that. Did eventually, again, overstay his welcome. And now we're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the top right hand corner of Alcyone, we have the Danish Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Psystorm Gaming, leading the series 1-0. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Beyond. We go. Oh, hello, baby. Hello. Glasses, baby, glasses. Yo, I slept all day today. Like, it's been a pretty intense week for us here on the CranKy Ducklings. And today, because there was no cast early on, I literally slept like 10 hours or something. I embraced the bench. I slept all day. Now I'm recharged. I'm good. Hopefully it's out of my system, so we can embrace WTL over the weekend. We're good to go. We're good. Sounds good. Yeah, let's go. Let's go, Protoss. We do have a Protoss player, 2 Protoss players already in the semifinals. We have Creator waiting in the lower semis, and we have Skilless waiting for the winner of this series. So it is going to be either a PvP or PvT semifinals. We'll see if Beyond or MaxPax does advance on to face off against Skilless. We'll see who it's going to be. For now, Beyond opening up economically, this time single gas opener. Single gas opener here out of Beyond, going for the CC on the low ground, is going to be off center, as MaxPax is being as annoying as possible, but it's okay. We can just lift and land. It is going to be a slightly inefficient opener here by Beyond, but economic nonetheless. Meanwhile, back at home, that is a Zealot first. Okay, MaxPax, his goal here is to be very assertive. To move out across the map, the goal of this Zealot, of course, is to delay the CC, following this up with an Adept. Just hyper-aggression here early on by MaxPax. We'll see if Beyond can hold. We'll see if he can get this base up and running, as the Zealot is moving out. Behind this, we're getting into our factory. Beyond did go Marine first, not Reaper, so he won't be caught across the map. But we do have to wait for our add-ons to finish up here. The Zealot is about to arrive. The Adept as well. And behind this, MaxPax this time not opening up Stargate. He's going for a Twilight Council opener instead. Most likely Blink. Meanwhile, the Zealot has arrived. We do delay the CC. Oh! Beyond, is the RNG going to work in our favor? It looks like it will. As the base is almost done, but the Adept does arrive. The SCV goes down. We delay the expansion. Yeah, massive pick off. Expansion is delayed, and we're going to delay even further here as the Adept does have control of the low ground. Marines have to back off, and now Beyond is stuck on a one base economy. Yeah, it was so close. It was so close to finishing here, but MaxPax has control. Second Adept has arrived, and Beyond has to most likely wait for the Cyclone. The Cyclone will help us regain control. Yeah, we get the lock on. Zelda's going to go down, and now MaxPax has to get the hell out of here. Shades into the main, and go for SCV kills. We get one. We get one SCV. We get a second SCV as well. We get a third. 3 SCV kills. We shade on out of here. We go for the recall. The Adepts will survive. Oh my god. Impressive. Adepts do recall the hell out of there. They do survive. Meanwhile, Beyond finally gets his base up and running, but that was a very strong start for MaxPax. He gets how much? He gets 4 SCV kills. He gets 2 Marines, and he delays the expansion by quite a lot. By quite some time. And MaxPax follows this up with a Blink Stalkers. How many? 2 gateways at the natural, 1 gateway in the main. It's going to be 3 gate Blink for the time being for MaxPax. Very assertive. Is a way to gain map control to move out across the map and threaten the bases of Beyond. And after the early game, I'm concerned. Meanwhile, we spoke earlier in game 1 about how Banshee openers have been very trendy, and Beyond likes to incorporate them at some point in the series. Here it is in game 2. Do have our Banshee opener, but it is completely scouted. We see everything. MaxPax, he shades into the main base. He's going to be shut down, but he saw everything he needed to. He confirmed the cloak. He confirmed the Banshee production. Confirmed the tanks as well. It is going to be a tank Banshee push. And MaxPax, he sees all. He knows all. Oh boy. And here come the Stalkers. Stalkers are moving out. A War Prism just behind them to reinforce. And with these Stalkers, our goal, our ideal here is to pick away at the army, chip away at the defenses, maybe catch the Banshee. Cast until morning. Este Sounder. You're an animal, pup. You're an animal. We're even doubling down, going for Hyperflight Rotors. Oh my god. Okay. We're doubling down. Meanwhile, the Stalkers, they bust into the natural. Tank not quite in position. We got 4 SCV kills, and we back the hell off. Bearing in mind, Stim is not done, nowhere near being done. So we cannot try to punish this. We cannot dive under the prism. We have to rely on our positional play. Banshees are moving out, and Stalkers are not done. They're going to be rotating back in. Now behind this, MaxPax, he already has a 3rd base. Remember, he scouted the Banshees, so he's in position. We have an observer. We have 3 Stalkers here at the natural. MaxPax is ready. MaxPax is going to be ready for this. Meanwhile, dipping into the main, going for more SCVs. There is a tank in position, thankfully. Yeah, there is a tank. As Banshees, they will manage to get 2 probes, not bad. 2 probes do go down. Hyperflight Rotors is cancelled. We get 6 probe kills in total. Very nicely done, and we hide here in the corner of the map. So far, a good start. A good way to come back here for Beyond. He's still behind. He's still heavily behind here in the economy. But he gets some damage, and he still maintains those Banshees. They're still alive. Oh, did I speak too soon? Ooh, 1 Banshee goes down. The other gets low as well. I not like this. And she does fall behind this, so building up towards Stim. Combat shields with Stim. Now Beyond can break out. He can take a 3rd base. We'll see if Beyond does take a 3rd, or if we just pull the boys and go for a 2 base all-in. That is still an option here for Beyond. There it is. 3rd CC is on the way. We are not going for the all-in. We are expanding. The Observer does confirm. The Observer sees everything here at the natural. So MaxPax is fully aware. And he takes a 4th. As soon as he sees the 3rd base, he just takes his own 4th. So MaxPax will maintain a 1 base lead. Banshee does hit the 3rd. Stalkers, they will punish this. They will get a kill. The Banshee does get shut down. Now, bold move here out of Beyond. He is trying to break out with a double drop. He does avoid the Stalkers. He is moving out towards the top left. And this drop could maybe punish this base. I mean, there is some stack defense here. And we're soon going to have an overcharge as well. We'll see what Beyond can accomplish. As he does get eyes on the Observer, does shut it down. Observer does fall. And honestly, all that MaxPax has to do is contain. Like, MaxPax, he's on 4 bases. He's on 4 bases. We're taking more gases, embracing +2. We have Colossus production to extend the 1 lance as well. There's no pressure here for MaxPax to break in. Like, if he sees an opportunity, he'll go for it, but really, all he has to do is contain. Just contain his opponent. If Beyond ever moves out, then MaxPax is going to move in with the drop. That's what he's waiting for with this Medevac or with this War Prism. So MaxPax, he's waiting for the move out. And back at home, he's just chilling. His big chili back. More Colossus. Speaking of Marines do break out. MaxPax, he moves in. As Beyond's attention is elsewhere. And MaxPax keeping him busy. Zealous they drop into the main, and we can go for a Warpin as well. We Warpin back at home. Double drop does commit in. Does go for the natural. We have a shield battery. We have a shield battery. We have the army. We're going for the Forge, and the Forge is going to be shut down. Pick off 1. We deny +1, but it does cost us full medevac at the same time. MaxPax does deny the expansion. Almost gets a kill. As we get 6 SCV kills in the main. And MaxPax, he's about to max out. Like, that's how far ahead he is. He's on 4 bases. MaxPax is almost at 200 supply. And Beyond is struggling here back at home. It's been a rough game here for Beyond. Again, the Banshees did not do enough. The early game did not go in his favor. MaxPax hunting down that medevac. And he's rallying everything across the map. Now, breaking the siege line is still going to be difficult. Like, that's a lot of tanks. And now we have depots on the way for SimCity. So it's still going to be difficult here to break this, but MaxPax, he can come in from behind. He can surround this. He can surround this, and he should be able to. Oh boy. He's pulling the trigger. Tank bully's going off. Charge as they trickle in. We have Zealous from behind. We get on top of the tanks. Tanks going to be going down one after the other. GG gets called, and MaxPax, he snowballs out of control, taking the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Again, a very strong start for MaxPax, and Beyond, he just was playing from behind from almost the beginning. Remember, it all started with the delay in the CC, with the Zealot harass, with the Adept harass as well. We scattered everything. We saw the Banshee opener. We were ready for the Banshees as well. MaxPax was all over it, and yeah, Beyond just had a really hard time even getting into his own game. And with that, GG. GG, well played. MaxPax will advance on into the semifinals, where he's going to be facing off against Skillous. Here we go. I'm just trying to confirm. We're heading over. We are heading over to the European server. Sorry, I was just messaging some players, letting everyone know. But yeah, MaxPax, a very strong performance, does advance on into the next round. And up next, we have Skillous versus MaxPax in another PvP. We've been casting a lot of them today. A lot of them here in this tournament. A lot of PvPs. What's another? What is another? Let's go. So we are going to be heading over and setting up. Let's not forget to pay out those predictions. And again, Skilless has been patiently waiting here for this PvP, and it's going to be a best of 3 on the European server. Let's go. Skilless versus MaxPax coming up next. When it comes to the lower semifinals, Clem versus Spirit is still ongoing. Clem versus Spirit, they are still in the TVT when it goes up against Creator. So we're going to be covering the upper semis first, and then the lower semifinals, as Creator's match is going to be held for us until we do wrap up Skilless versus MaxPax. So we have time. To have time, that means that we can set up a Creator's match as well. Creator is currently teamless. Wait, no, sorry, he's on Blacklist. I believe he's still on Blacklist International. And vetoes are underway. Beautiful. Okay. Here we go. Until then, I guess we're going to be going on a short break, just catching up in the chat. The turns have tabled. Exactly. But yeah, it looks like we're going to be having a very short break. When we return, we will have Skilless versus MaxPax. Again, we have a Protoss confirmed for the finals. We still don't know if it's going to be a PvP or a PvT. Still have our eye out for that, so best of luck to the matches happening in the lower round. Until then, though, we'll see you guys in a couple of minutes with our semifinals. See you soon. See you soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. We hope you enjoyed that lovely Brutal OST as we have returned with the semi-finals of WTL World Team League 2024 Summer KungFu Cup round number 10. We're nearing the end of the WTL season. What does that mean? That means only one more round. 11 rounds in total of the WTL season, so we're also running out of KungFu Cups. We're nearing the end here, but likewise nearing the end of this tournament, we have our PvP ready and waiting for us. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our Blue Protoss player representing Team Liquid. It is Skillous. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Danish Protoss player, the Red Protoss. Representing Sidestorm Gaming, it is MaxPax. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you believe will advance on into the grand finals. Who will be our first finalist? Will it be one Protoss or the other? Will it be Skillous or MaxPax? Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. As we are opening up, Skillous going for the gate expand on the low ground. Skillous just setting it all out there. Let's go. We do open up MaxPax. So, a couple of things here. A couple of things going on. Basically, Skillous is out MaxPaxing MaxPax. MaxPax, he always goes gate expand. True, he goes gate, cyber, double gas, stargate into expansion. But specifically on Golden Aura, he goes for it on the high ground because it's a little bit unsafe. The low ground is a little bit harder to hold on this map, so he goes to the high ground setup instead, which means he's playing it safer. Skillous has no fear. No fear whatsoever. Sits up on the low ground instead, setting up for the expansion. As both players are opening up economically. There it is. Cybercore has been thrown down for both players. Zelda's on the way. And I'm curious how MaxPax responds to this. I'm curious if we end up in Phoenix Wars or not. Double gas. We have both gases here for MaxPax. Skillous, a little bit later. A little bit later with that gas. It does tell us that Skillous wanted to be greedier. He wanted to be more economic. He wanted a faster expansion, and he's being punished for it. Is being punished. This tells me that MaxPax will be much faster when it comes to his Stargate, much faster when it comes to the Oracle. There we go. Stargate's on the way. Oracle's on the horizon. MaxPax is going to be the initial aggressor. Meanwhile, Skillous does get the Nexus. Does get the base up and running. Again, Skillous is being greedier, is being more economic. He's being greedy, papi. And we'll see if MaxPax can punish him. We shall see. As MaxPax is settling in. Going for the expansion. Is going to be, again, the Gate Cyber Stargate expand here by MaxPax. And we'll see if Skillous can minimize losses against the Oracle, as it should be an Oracle first from our Red Protoss. So Skillous is going to be the defender, MaxPax the aggressor, probe gets shut down, Oracle's on the way. We have Adepts here on the low ground as well, threatening that natural. And Skillous is keeping up. He does shut down the Zealots, does fully wall off behind this. Zealot is sniped. And Skillous defends. So far, so good. But again, there's layers. There's layers of the aggression of MaxPax. So Skillous is not out of the woods yet. Adept commits to the shade. Oh my god, we take a lot of hits. Adept does take a lot of damage. Still shading in. Oracle towards the main. Shield battery does finish up in time. And the Adept does not commit. Does not commit to the shade. MaxPax dipping into the natural, getting a probe. One or two probes go down. We do rotate over. We do rally a little bit too soon. And we get 3. We can almost get 4 kills as well. Oh, he wants it. He wants that final probe, and he is not going to get it. Whew. The Adept does fall, but 3 probe kills is a good start. And we're not done. We have a second Oracle moving out as well. So, even though MaxPax's base was later, he's able to make up for it with those worker kills. Skillous still has a lead, but we're not done. We still have 2 Oracles. MaxPax is still being active. Still diving into the main. Skillous in position, but we do still get 2, 3 probes, 4 probe kills. For the price of the Oracle, suddenly not too worth it for MaxPax. Oracle does go down. Gets a good amount of damage, but again, Oracles ideally do want a little bit more than that. As that was a big investment. And now Skillous has that Stalker lead. Still not moving out, still stuck at home because of the Oracle. Still pinned back. As I say that, we do manage to get a couple of hits on it. Skills moving out across the map. Back at home, what do we have? We have a shield battery, we have an overcharge, we have our stalkers in position. MaxPax actually going for a dark shrine at the same time. Okay. Blink into DTs. Meanwhile, Skillus is expanding, taking a third base. Now I'm concerned. No robo. Stay strapped into the natural. We do pull away in time. Oof, just barely. But there's no robo. So we're cutting corners, and Skillus may straight up die to DTs. Pylons being thrown down. A gateway as well to warp in that much faster. Oh, I am concerned. Hallucination does scout. Oh my god, very important, very crucial scout. We get eyes on the Dark Shrine. Robo's on the way, and we need detection as soon as possible. We need that observer. Oracle does confirm the base. Meanwhile, we shut down the proxy. Very nicely done. Skillus, he denies the gateway, shuts down the pylon. MaxPax going for a backup pylon instead. But this will delay the warp in. This will delay the DTs. As Skillus is in position, MaxPax pushing out towards a third. But Skillus is keeping up. And now we have DTs, but that's a slow warp in as well. And Skillus is just given that much more time to respond. Pylon under fire. Skillus keeping up. DTs are waddling in. Observers being crowded as we speak. We have force fields ready. We have the force fields. Ooh, one sentry goes down. Yeah, big pickoff at the same time we're trying to push in. Stalker goes down. We're still fighting damage. The observer not quite in position. We get five probe kills. We're getting damage done. 5 workers do go down. Overcharges popped. Be able to hold on. Observer does reposition. Now we have 2 observers, 1 at the natural, 1 at the third. We do hold, but that was good enough for MaxPax to catch up. Remember, MaxPax, he was down in workers, but now he has caught up. So very nice DT harass despite having detection. MaxPax was still able to pull skills apart and still get damage done. And now we can settle in. We can calm things down, settle into our game. MaxPax moving out, still being active. And Skillus is lacking map vision and map control because of his observers. Remember, his observers are back at home. Yeah, Skillus is caught off guard. Army's out of position. As the army responds, DT's waddling in. Yeah, we're pulling Skillus apart. Stays into the main, we do react in time. DT into the third, more probes going down. Again, DTs are so punishing. They one-shot workers, 3 probes falling. But Skillus does dive on the main army. Oof. Still losing more workers. Does warp in time. And we'll find the pylon. Not bad. Pylon is found out. Skillus does hold. He's looking to stabilize. MaxPax takes the worker lead. And we're entering the mid-game here. Stalkers versus Stalkers. 4th base is on the way for both players. Oracle still being active. Hitting the natural. Going for the stasis. We do react. Oh! Ooh, catching the Stalkers. Nicely done there by MaxPax. Keeps the Oracle alive. And again, we're working towards charge. +1. We do have a slight upgrade lead here for Skillus. True. He's already working on +2. Does have those upgrades. Meanwhile, when it comes to the main army composition, Skillus already has charge. He's moving out across the map. Prism as well, so we can reinforce with charge lots. And Skillus can break this army. MaxPax see himself getting caught out a little bit. Has to be careful. Reinforcing with more Stalkers. A couple of Zealots. We are poking in. Bearing in mind, Skillus does have that upgrade lead. He's going +1 over MaxPax. Going for the pylon. Fighting out of range of the shield battery as well. Let's fight out of range. MaxPax has not quite spotted the 4th base yet. For the revelation. And getting eyes on the 4th. And we will catch some probes. Not bad. 2 probes go down. Skillus going for a bit of a rotation, not quite pushing in towards the third base. Can try to push up into the fourth, but again, this ramp is brutal. It's a very narrow choke point. The Prism! Up! Yeah, the Prism gets caught. Massive pickoff. War Prism does go down. Skillus does hit the fourth base, but again, we're in position. We have the Immortals, we have the high ground. Yeah, there's no breaking this. Skillus has to back off. War Prism's on the way. And even though Skillus had a bit of a timing here, I mean, he's going to have another. A +2 just finished. So Skillus still has that upgrade advantage. Still has that upgrade lead. And we do need to make use of it. +3 has begun for Skillus. Still being active. MaxPax keeping most of his army at his fourth, now taking a fifth. No one has tried to take up into Disruptors, not yet. Still very Stalker heavy. The Oracle's being active, catching Observer. MaxPax moving out with a split push. At the same time, Skillus going right down the center, going for the third. Yeah, the third is exposed. He doesn't commit though. Yeah, doesn't want to be surrounded. Skillus does pull away. Catching up some Zealots. DT's waddling in. We do reaction time. Oh, the Stalker. Yeah, Stalker is one shot away from going down. Stalker does fall, forcing a recall. More DTs on the way. That's going to be 8 Dark Templar. Oh my god. That's a lot of DTs. Both players are maxed out. But MaxPax only has half his army. He's caught out. Most of his supply towards the top right. And going for that DT run by as well. It's a risky move, but he's going to get the Nexus. And Nexus is going to go down. And massive pickoff at the same time. We hit the northern base as well. And Skillus is being pulled apart, losing base after base. Probes are falling. It was a risky move here by MaxPax, but it pays off. I'm going for the Prism as well. The Prism does fall, and Skillus is being picked apart left and right. 17 probe kills. Catching out the Stalkers as well. We have to force everything to rotate over. The base does survive, but MaxPax is not done. Pushes on forward. Oh, we have reinforcements though. MaxPax has to respect it. Has to back off. Tease into the natural. And forcing rotation, cannon goes down, more probes falling. Again, these Dark Templar have been so brutal here this game. Sniping workers, sniping bases as well. It is hard to keep up. Getting another Stalker, getting into the mineral line as well. And there were timings that with Windows, of course, where Skillus could try to take it to the main army, but MaxPax never really gave Skillus that fight he wanted. Just focus on harass. GG gets called, and MaxPax will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Against Skillus, he had a window where he had +1, where he had +2. He was being active, but he wasn't able to really push in. He wasn't able to take that fight he wanted. MaxPax just focusing on harass. Whether it's DTs, Stalkers, Zealots. Just picking away at the economy of Skillus, pulling him apart, and creating these opportunities to take advantage of the Protoss. And with that, MaxPax takes a lead. Does take a lead, but I want to believe we can get it back and forth. I want to believe that we can embrace an ace match. We have seen Skillus defeat MaxPax in the past. Happened, I think it was 2 weeks ago. I think it was 2 weeks ago in ESL Europe, if I remember correctly. We'll see if Skillus can do that again. I may be thinking of Skillus versus Showtime. I want to confirm. Let's see. I think it was Showtime. I think Skillus, he defeated Clem and Showtime in that weekly, which was still impressive. go. So getting ready for game 2. And we are jumping in. It's going to be on Ghost River. Let's go. And yeah, I was thinking of Showtime. Okay. The other Protoss. It looks like they did face off 2 weeks ago. It was 2 weeks ago in ESL Europe, but did go the way of MaxPax. Did take it 2-1. So we'll see if Skillous can fight back. As we are jumping into game number 2 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ghost River, we have our red Protoss player representing Team Liquid down in the series, looking to bounce back here and now and force the ace match. The pressure is on. It is Skillous. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Protoss player from the land of Denmark, representing Storm Gaming. It is MaxPax. Let's go. Let us go. As our PvP does continue, going to be embracing Ghost River. We do see that this time Skillous is going for the gateway on the high grounds. Is not going for the low ground setup like he did previously. As Skillous is going to be hiding that probe. Interesting. Going for what looks to be a fake proxy pylon. Okay. So MaxPax, he goes in for the scout, and MaxPax will confirm that the pylon is missing. The pylon is not where it should be. As it is going to be that 2-gate opener from Skillous. Meanwhile, just a gate expand setup here from MaxPax. Waiting for that pylon. And there it is. The pylon has been thrown down. Again, MaxPax, he confirms that the pylon is not where it should be. It could be a fake proxy pylon. It could be a real one. MaxPax has to piece it all together. As again, MaxPax should be going for the Stargate initially into the expansion. Probe is now going to be going in for its own scout on the side of Skillous. Again, pylon is done. We don't stick around. And from here, Skillous should just be embracing a bit of a longer game. And should be looking to expand, but we'll keep an eye on him. Keep an eye. Skillous going for the pylon block. Being a bit of an annoyance here. As Zealot does come back. Thankfully, MaxPax did not skip the Zealot. Still has it. Can focus on the pylon. And the pylon does finish. Are we going for the Cyber Core? Oh, we won't be able to. Probe goes down. Likewise, so will the pylon. And the Stargate will complete. We're going for the Oracle. Now, as MaxPax is embracing his harassment, is going to be moving out, Skillous is expanding. So Skillous does expand. Going for the Nexus. Keeping up with the Adepts. Oh. As MaxPax does cancel the Shade, the second Stalker was on the chase. It's on the hunt. But the Adept should fall. So not a bad pickup here. Skillous shuts down the Adept, which means MaxPax is still in the dark, doesn't know what's going on. The Oracle will confirm. MaxPax even going for the safety Void Ray just because of how little information MaxPax has. But he confirms. He confirms the expansion. Confirms the natural. Again, Skillous embracing a longer game. And taking up into a Twilight Council. Okay. So it's going to be Blink here from Skillous. You know, MaxPax is may as well just finish the Void Ray. Void Ray does complete. Twilight Council's on the way. And we're just going to be calming things down and settling into our PvP. Both players are expanding. Both players are calming down. MaxPax is moving out with the first Void Ray. I mean, may as well make use of it. So he's going to be pushing in, and we'll see if we can catch a stray unit. Shield battery's not done. Oh, we catch a Stalker. Yeah, one Stalker goes down. We're going to be able to catch a second Stalker as well. Oracle barely does escape, and this one Void Ray is popping up. Gets 3 Stalkers. 3 Stalkers and barely does not get the 4th. Whew. Almost. Shield Battery does finish, and Skillus holds. Skillus does hold on. It did cost him quite a lot. That was 3 Stalkers and a Sentry. So a much better trade for Max Packs. Does save the Void Ray. Behind this, getting into double Oracle. We have an Oracle at the natural, Oracle towards the main. Void Ray distracts the Stalkers, and that does create an opening for the Oracle. And the Oracle getting 2 more probe kills. Just the 2. Oh my god. Skillus does intercept. Takes down one of the Oracles. Nicely done. Does shut it down. Max Packs back at home is expanding. Skillus hasn't really gone for any massive gateway explosion, but does have map control. Is moving out. He's going to be pushing across the map. Gets eyes on the 3rd base. Skillus' 3rd is far later than that of Max Packs. We'll see what we can get done. Not much. Void Ray's in position. Prismatic Alignment has been activated. And Skillus, he does take down the Void Ray, but it's going to cost him a lot of Stalkers. He has to get the hell out of here. The Stalkers are very low. It was a clutch trade. You can see here, Skillus, he got a Void Ray, 2 Stalkers for only a Sentry. Better trade for Skillus. He does back up. Both players working into their 3rd base economy. Probes are amassing. We do miss the Oracle. +1 is on the way for Max Packs. +1 now going to be later for Skillus. Unlike the previous game, Max Packs will have the upgrade advantage. We'll be ahead in those upgrades. So he's going to be posturing. He shouldn't really be committing into anything. I mean, there's a lot of potential with Link, true. You can dance with the army of Skillus. Stasis trap being set up. Let's go. Max Packs poking in. Ideally trying to force the army to chase him. Trying to bait him into that stasis. Oracle towards the main as well. Catching out some Stalkers. Not bad. 1 Stalker goes down. And the army... No! Ooh, Stasis does catch the Stalkers. At the same time, Oracles are popping off. We get adept kills here. 3 probes in the natural. Another probe in the main. And we're breaking the 3rd. Yeah, the Stalker, the main army gets caught out. Max Packs is pushing in. We get the shield battery, we get the probes. It's going to be 8 probe kills. And as the Stasis runs out, Max Packs should get out of here. But it's been worth it. Has been worth it. 9 probes go down. Max Packs taking a 4th. Takes a worker lead. Again, the setup was insane. And even taking a slightly worse trade. Has to respect the army. Backs off. Had the concave, but didn't have the numbers. But now there's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of pressure on Skillus to move out. But behind the setup stage is shaded once again. More probes going to be going down. We get another 3, another 4 probe kills. And we're pulling Skillus apart. 5 probes falling. Shading into the main. Looking for another worker kill. Getting 7. No. Getting up to 8 probe kills. And with that, Max Packs has a massive economic lead. The longer this goes on, the longer this goes on, the better it's going to be here for Max Packs. Skillus from here, macroing is going to be difficult. We could try to tech up into disruptors. That's going to be an option here. We could also make use of DTs. For now, Temple Archives. We're going for Temple Archives. We're taking a 4th base. Skillet's going to take this slow. But that does mean that Max Pax is getting further ahead. +2 is on the way. Charge. Dark Shrine on the way as well, because why the hell not? We don't even need it, but why not? DT's on the horizon as well. Max Pax is moving out. Has the worker lead, has the army lead as well. Picking up some of these zealots before backing up. No big commitment, distracting the main army at the same time. Zealot Rambe hit towards the south. Thankfully, Skills is in position. Has zealots of his own. +2 just now kicking in here for Max Pax. War Prisms do run into each other. They run in. It's underway. And it looks like we're just trying to create an opening once again for those DTs. I say that. We're going to be reinforcing with Zealots. Once again, distracting the main army. Zealots, they come in from the right-hand side, but Skills is in position. Let's go. So far, he is keeping up. Skill is keeping up with the Zealots. Max Pax, he has quite a large bank to work with. And there it is. DTs now being morphed in. Going for the fourth. Oh, there are cannons in position though. The other cannon cells, they collapse on the stalkers. Stalkers are going down. Yeah, better trade there for Max Pax. At the same time, DTs are deflected. And we're headed towards the third. The Immortal gets caught out. Not a bad catch here from Skillis. Chasing Max Pax back. Again, even though Max Pax has been ahead economically, he has been accumulating a bank. He hasn't been able to really spend it too efficiently. So Skillis, he's holding his own. Defense against the DTs. Pushing forward. He's going to be consolidating his army, catching those Dark Templar. Getting caught out a little bit here. Archons are going down. Pick up an Archon. Almost a second as well. Skillis pushing forward. Max Pax missing some war pins. And Skillis is getting ground. Takes out the Immortal. The Immortal goes down. Purely Stalkers remaining here for Max Pax. Again, backing up a lot of resources. He's on 2k minerals poppy. Again, he's been missing war pins. And Skillis, he has momentum. He's breaking through. Instead, DTs are warped into harass. Bold move here by Max Pax. As Skillis is pushing through. Those DTs, they can get a lot done. But again, a risky maneuver here by Max Pax. As DTs, they dive on the cannon. Cannon is going to go down. We have a backup cannon, though. And it's going to fall as well. Meanwhile, the Prism gets caught out. Max Pax is able to pick up some key units. Does get the Prism, does get the Immortal. Pulling back to the shield batteries. Yeah, still a very tense fight here between our two players. DTs are being cleaned up. Being cleaned up. Meanwhile, Skillis takes down the Nexus. Taking his own. Skillis technically up a base. Here's up a base. Meanwhile, Max Pax once again going for another warp in. Going for Zealots. Zealots into natural. Skillis, he does respond in time. Does have a warp in available. He's keeping up. Skillis barely keeping up, but getting caught a bit out of position. We're going for the base. Skillis trying to get this around. Yeah, Max Pax going for purely Stalkers. It's such a heavy Stalker army. That's why he's got a large mineral bank, by the way, because he's been mainly warping in Stalkers and DTs. We just had a warp in Zealots, but we've been avoiding it for the most part. There we go. Zealots are now being warped in once again. So far, not bad. Kiting back, picking away at the Archons, picking away at the Zealots. Yeah, efficient trades here from Max. Has just been out trading Skillus. And now finally he can break in with that run by. Finally getting damage done. Up until now, Skillus has always had a warp in, but not this time. And not this time. Probes finally going to be falling here. We get 7 probe kills. We get another massive warp of Zealots as well. Max finally able to make use of his bank. Able to make use of that army. Zealots, they're raiding free here at the natural as well. Slowly breaking through. And I mean, sure, sure, Skills, he's trading with the main army, but back at home, did lose a lot of workers, down to 54 probes. Down to 54. Max taking another base, still happily mining. Zealots and DTs are coming once again. Oh, we have observers. We have detection. We're okay. You can see Skillus trying to catch that prism. Doesn't quite get it as Skillus moves out. Max can move in. He's going for the base. Going for the Nexus. Oh, we have the recall. Skillus, he holds on. And Max has to be careful again. His army, the quality of this army composition isn't amazing. If he gets caught out, then he could lose everything. If he gets surrounded, I mean. But now he's able to dance back. Getting more Stalkers, getting 10 more probes across the map is being cleaned up. And DTs are coming from behind. We focus on the Observer. No detection. We get the Observer. We get the Immortal as well. The DTs, they pop off. Mate, DTs are with the MVPs in game 1. And even here in game 2, they're finding a lot of damage. The DTs, man. As Max actually takes a better fight. Skillus still falling behind in the workers. And it looks like finally we have enough. We're breaking through. Zealots are coming in from behind. Max he does have to back up. Has to respect it. But now we lost our Immortals. We lost the Immortals, we lost the Archons, we lost the backbone of Skillus' army. It's no longer here, and we can't afford to replace it. We just don't have the economy. We don't have the money. So we focus on the cannons. No detection, no observers. They were sniped earlier. And it's been quite a back and forth here. It's been pretty intense, but GG gets called. It looks like finally we have broken Skillus, and Max will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Again, it was a very intense back and forth, but for the most part, Max he was in control. He always had the economic lead, so he had a lot of wiggle room to really work with. He had a lot, he had a large bank to fall back on as well. For a while there, he was skipping warp-ins and he was falling further behind in supply. I was a little bit concerned, but eventually he held. He was able to stabilize and able to bring it back in the end. GG, well played. With that, Max will be our first finalist, and we're getting ready for our lower semifinals. It's going to be Clem versus Creator. As Clem did take down Spirit, it went all the way to the ace match. It went all the way to game 3 versus Spirit, so shout out to Spirit for making that happen. Massive shout out to Spirit. Did force the ace match, but didn't win it in the end. And now we have a TVP to determine, do we get a Protoss versus Protoss finals or a Protoss versus Terran? Oh boy. We are here to find out. 2 series left. 2 series remaining here in the broadcast. 2 more matches to come. Let's go. And we are jumping right on in. Veto's already done. Our players have been patiently waiting. As a reminder, both semifinals are casted, so this is going to be a fresh series. And I'm curious what the history is between Creator and Clem, because I think we have seen Creator bring down Clem before, but how long has it been? I'm curious. Of course, both Creator and Clem are residing in Korea. For those who are unaware, Clem alongside Future, alongside Astra, all staying together. And because of that, low ping, right? It means that they both have pretty similar ping coming into this. So I won't have that to fall back on. Quickly checking. Okay, so they've rarely played actually. This year specifically. Interesting. When it comes to the history between Clem and Creator, they've only played once this year. They played in ESL America's 212. And it did go the way of Clem 2-1. So it went to the ace match. Clem did drop a map, but did take the series in the end. This was in January. Oh my god. That's crazy. I mean, I guess it makes sense. Like, Creator very rarely plays in he rarely plays in ESL Americas. So yeah, they just have been missing each other this year. So this is gonna be the second series that they're gonna be having here, facing off against each other. I'm ready for it. I'm here for it. Let's go. That's why I only watch SC. You have to be everywhere all at once. True. You do. Especially, I mean, Max Pax was just all over the place with like non-stop DT counterattacks and DT run-bys, both in Game 1 and in Game 2. Zealots as well, of course. And eventually, he was able to pull skills apart. But now we are jumping into our next series. We're just getting all the casters involved. It's a very large lobby, very large. Shout out to Rex, he's casting Saber as well, So Bad, TKL, Pommy, Indy, and all the other English casters alongside them. SC Boy. So it's a full lobby, Bobby. It's a full lobby. Making sure no one gets left behind. Before we jump into our PVT. Coming into this, Clem versus Max Pax is going to be the more, let's say, common setting here. We've seen them face off time and time again in the finals of these online weekly tournaments. Clem and Max Pax, they face off week after week, time and time again. But we'll see. We'll see if Creator can break that mold and get his revenge as well. Remember, they've only played once before this year, and it did go the way of Clem. 2-1, but did go the way of Clem. So we'll see if Creator can bring it back. We will see. Predictions will be open once we have our players ready. It looks like our players need a little bit of time, though, to set up. A little bit of time. And it's been a pretty long event as well. It usually is for KungFu Cups. So we're still here in the semis, and we still have the best of 5 grand finals ahead of us as well. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yo, I'm gonna have some ramen after this. It's gonna be so good. I'm gonna put an egg in it. Haha. Kibbage, baby, kibbage. I'm a little bit peckish, a little bit hungry. It's almost 1 a.m. here in Australia. Almost 1 a.m. in the morning. We're getting deep into the night here. And I have to make a choice because I slept all day. I have to make the choice. Do I just ruin my sleep schedule and stay up and like edit VODs, or do I try to fix my sleep schedule instead? We'll see. We'll see what happens. See what happens. As we are getting into our next game, into our next series, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our French Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning. In the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Blacklist International. It is a Creator. And predictions. Predictions are open in the chat. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series and make it to those finals. Best of luck. Best of luck, man. As we're able to embrace a bit of a different matchup. We've had a lot of PvPs today, a lot. But where are we going, by the way? Creator going to be moving out with his first probe, setting up for a proxy pylon. Are we crazy enough to go for a proxy Stargate setup, or is it just going to be a 2-gate opener? I'm curious. So far, I'm leaning towards the 2 gateways here. Okay, we have 1 gate back at home. This should be for a Zealot, and then we can proxy a gateway for a Stalker. Yeah, 2-gate. So it's going to be Zealot into Adept with a Stalker across the map as well, a bit of a 1-1-1 setup. And the goal here is to punish a more greedier build, a more economic opener, as Clem is indeed going for the Rax Expand. 1 gas in the main base tells us that we're going for the CC on the low ground. It is going to be vulnerable, and Creator can pop off. Okay. So Creator's going to be setting the pace. There we go. Zealot's on the way. Zealot is being rallied across the map. After the Zealot should be the Adept. The reason why is because the Adept can shade across the map as well, so get across the map even faster to reinforce. So we are going to be doubling down. Meanwhile, Clem opening up with our expansion on the low ground. Reaper's on the way as well. It's going to be close. It is going to be close. We'll see if Clem can find the Zealot. It's possible. If the Reaper rallies, then maybe we can come across it and focus it down before we delay the CC. Only 1 p.m. 1 a.m. Bappy. 1 a.m. What do you mean? Oh, as Clem does scout. Yeah, he does scout. He does confirm. He's fully aware. Bunker's on the way. Reaper stays at home as well. He's looking for that Zealot. But again, a big scout there from Clem. Gets eyes on the Stalker. Adept is... Oh, sorry. Stalker into Adept, actually. Okay, we cancel the Adept. Oh, wait. It's on the way. There it is. I was like, where's the Adept? It is on the way. Going for the Marine, but the Bunker does finish up, and that means we will finish the CC. And Clem will defend. Stalker taking a lot of damage. We do pull away in time. Only 1 SCV has fallen. And this is a rough start for Creator. He needs to gain some value here. Stalker, the Stalker goes down. Stalker does fall. Second Stalker as well. And the Bunker still stands strong. And sure, we can chip away at the depot. That's nice and all, but we can't really do much more than that. As the boys are being pulled to repair, Adepts have to get the hell out of here. And Clem holds. Clem does hold. We can now main out over, rally our SCVs, saturate the natural. Cyclones on the way. Additional Marauders as well, just to be safe. And Creator, he's following this up with a Robo. Okay, a very defensive follow-up here. A Robo Opener leads into Immortals. Earlier Immortals leads into an earlier Bay, into earlier Colossus. The downside is that Creator is going to relinquish map control, which has already happened. And the pylon will fall. Creator is racing back home. This could lead into an all-in, true. We'll see if Creator doubles down. I'm curious. Otherwise, it should just be like a Robo into a third base, into just a more defensive style. Because of the openers, though, Creator should go... It's going to be risky, but we can go for a War Prism. If we go for a Prism first, then we can get across the map with Adepts. But the Reaper does dip in. Clem, he sees everything, gets a probe kill, confirms the Robo. Gets a second probe. Gets a second probe as well. We're rushing into Stim. And because we scouted the Robo Opener, we don't have to waste time with tanks. Like, the only reason you make tanks, really, is if you're going for an all-in or if you're defending against Blink Stalkers. Upon confirming the Robo, we just go for Stim, going for the add-on swap, Mass Marine, and we're being hyper greedy. Makes sense. Creator, he's going for the Bay and Double Forge. So double upgrades, Colossus, Extend Double Lance. We're rushing into upgrades, rushing into tech. Eventually taking a third base as well. This is greedy, this is risky, but in this kind of game state, we have to take a risk. Like, we have to do something. So we'll see if Creator can get away with it. What I'm worried about for Creator is the stim timing. Eventually, when this army moves out across the map, it's going to hit like a truck, and Creator is not going to have that much to work with. So we'll see when Clem moves out, as stim is now done. Creator does back off, gets eyes on the main army. Stim does finish up, but we are keeping our army pinned back. We're waiting for the medevacs. And it looks like we should have one Colossus. We should have the one Colossus in time. Shield batteries on the way. Sentries for force fields as well. So we're going to have the bare minimums here to defend, but everything has to go well. Everything has to go well here for Creator, and here comes the move out. It is spotted. Observers in position. Creator does spot the move out. Again, it looks like we will barely have the shield battery in the middle of the fight. So barely have the overcharge in the middle of the fight is what I meant to say. As the Nexus is about to finish. +1 is finishing up for Clem as well. Trying to bait out those force fields, going for the drop. Drops into the main. Colossus does respond. We do get eyes on both forges, and we're going to be able to knock them down. Yeah, the forge is under fire. The Colossus as well. We have extend! No, the Colossus goes down. And the forge as well. Ay, ay, ay. We can back off. We can rotate. We can hit the third base. So another Colossus does pop out just in time. That was a massive pickoff. And we're going for the shield battery. The shield battery and the Colossus as well. And Creator, he just does not have enough. Does not hold. GG gets pulled. And Clem will take game number 1. GG. Again, it was just a really rough start for Creator, and regardless of what Creator went for in the aftermath of the failed opener, it was going to be an uphill battle. It was going to be an uphill battle for Creator just because of how brutal the start of the game was. And we spoke about it. Creator, he was cutting corners. He had to cut corners. He had the bare minimum to defend, but Clem was able to pull them apart, catch the first Colossus, get the second as well, and that was GG. That was GG then and there. Again, when we had that kind of game state, Creator had very little room for error because he had like 5 units. He had like 3 sentries, an adept, a stalker, and 2 colossus to defend, or really 1 at a time. Like, we had barely any units. So really smart of Clem to go for the drop. Just because we forced a small army to become even smaller, as Creator had to split up his units. And we did pull Creator apart. With that, Clem takes the lead. Clem does take the lead. Now, to be fair, a lot of this did come down to the opener and did come down to the rough start of Creator. Here, we can just calm things down and I'm sure get a much more comfortable start for our Protoss player. I'm hoping that's the case. We'll see. Still early for you. Cap. Ugh. I usually wake up in the morning. I mean, I wake up for casting. Always wake up for casting. But I don't have a cast in the morning tomorrow, so technically I could sleep in. But really all I have to do is I have to figure out when I can edit VODs. That's what I need to do. I have a lot of VOD scheduling to do. For those who don't know, we upload 2 tournaments a day on YouTube. 2 tournaments a day on YouTube. And we've been behind for a while, but we are slowly catching up with our VOD content. We release the tournaments in the morning, then the tournaments in the evening. So it's a lot of uploading. It's a lot of VODs. I worry that it is spammy a little bit just because we're uploading so many videos every day, but we have to do it to catch up. Like, basically, the reason we're so far behind on YouTube is because we used to only upload 1 tournament a day, but because we cast more than once a day, we fell behind. Like, that's the reason for that. So because of that, I've accelerated our VOD content until we catch up, and then we can calm down again. But for now, we're settling into game number 2, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ghost River, we have our French Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. and spawning in the top left-hand corner. We have the red Protoss player representing Blacklist International from the land of South Korea. Down in the series, can he bounce back? It is a Creator. Let's go. Isan has 147 first quackers. What a try hard. I have that many. Do you have? I don't think you do. Have you reached 69 yet? So far, we have 2 people that have reached 69 first quackers. That is Steel Mold and Iceton. I think they both have 69 historically. Sorry, not Steel Mold. Sorry, Steel Mold and Sounder. That's it. Sounder stopped at 69. What's Iceton on? Hi. Iceton's on 70. This year. I was quickly checking, Discord. Come for 70 times back. Aye. In a month. In a year. For those that are curious, we do keep track. We have a spreadsheet that keeps track of every time someone comes first. We know. We announce it to the world. Loud and proud, Papi. Every time. I have seen Isan come first like 3 times a day. Oh god. Oh no. Not like this. So now we're settling in. But now we're going to be settling in. It's going to be another economic opener here out of... No, sorry. My apologies. It's going to be a double gas opener out of Clem. Double gas into a factory. Faster factory into Starport. 111. So Clem is going to be the aggressor. Meanwhile, Creator goes for a much more standard opener instead. Going Gate Expand into our tech of choice. Going to be a Twilight Council opener out of Creator. So something a lot more standard this time from Creator. Meanwhile, my eyes are on Clem to see what he brings to the table. As we can see, we open up with a Widow Mine. Okay. Reaper gets a probe. 1 probe goes down. Reaper does dip into the main as well. We got 1 probe kill so far. We don't quite get the second. Almost. Was getting low. Is getting low. With the help of the Shade, we should be able to shut down the first Reaper. Oh, I say that it will barely get away. Whew. Will escape. And Clem is getting ready for his eventual drop play. It is going to be a bit of a kitchen sink. It's going to be a bit of everything. We have Marines, we have a Widowman, we have a Cyclone, we have the Medevac. As the Reaper does get away. Again, really crisp moves here from Clem. We'll slip away. Meanwhile, back at home, how many gateways do we have? We have 1 gateway in the main. We have 2 gateways on the way here on the low ground. So it's going to be 3-gate blink out of Creator. It can be quite assertive. It's to gain map control to move out across the map. Very safe play out of Creator. And we'll see if we can keep up with the aggression of Clem as Clem is moving out. We have the Cyclone, we have the Reaper, we have the Marines, and we have the Widow Mine. It's all moving out across the map. And can we get the pylon? That's the question. Oh, the pylon is exposed. Army's out of position. Clem is going right for it. And the pylon, it is going to fall. It is going to be targeted down. Stalkers are coming in. Yeah, but there's no saving it. And this will delay Blink. Yeah, Blink is going to be delayed. And really, this is all we did once. We can maybe pick up a couple of gateway units. Gateway itself under fire. Oh, big mine shots. Adept is going to go down as well. Clem going to the natural. Uh-oh. Yeah, we can rotate over towards the natural base. Pylon's under fire. And we're going to depower everything. We deny the gateways. Robo does stay up and running. We have an extra warp in. Blink is not done. Yeah, we're still 10 seconds away. And Blink is just now finishing up, but these have been efficient trades here for Clem. He's finally going to be cleaned up following this up with Banshee play. Cloak is almost done. Banshee is going to be forced back. Again, behind this, it was the 1-1-1 into tanks, into Banshees as well. Cloak is finishing. And that means we can go back in. As the Banshee does pull back home. Okay, Clem, he's calming down. He gained a lot of value. Looking at the trades here, he got 2 Stalkers, got a Zealot, got 3 Pylons and 2 Adepts. So very nice trades here from Clem. Back at home, we're in position. We defend. We hold. Behind this, Creator is going to be expanding, taking his 3rd base. He should have map control with all these Stalkers, so he's going to be keeping Clem pinned at home as Clem is building up that tank count. Meanwhile, Creator has potential to get damage done. Doesn't have to go into the natural. He can try to rotate over towards the main. We'll see if he can. At the same time, though, Banshee is getting across the map. Creator, he keeps up. Creator is in position. Oh, and Creator, I think we barely missed the move out. Uh-oh. I am a little bit concerned here. Okay, he spots it. Does spot it. Coming in from behind. From the front as well. We bleed out a Stalker. And 1 Stalker goes down. I'm gonna keep on pushing. Banshees, they reinforce the main army. Tanks, they siege up. The Archon goes down. And we have to go for the dive. We go for the tanks. And the warping on the main army as well. But it looks like we will barely clean this up. I mean, I say that the tanks, they still stand strong. Up. Oh my god. 1 more shot, the tank goes down. The Creator holds. Cleans up the army. Does barely hold on. Again, the warp in on the tanks itself was quite clutch. Banshees, they dive into the main. They can one-shot probes. And a one-shot workers. Getting 8 probe kills so far. Getting the Stalker as well. As the Banshees distract the main army, Clem's still rallying across the map. His goal here is to break that 3rd. We'll see if he can. Okay, gonna be pulling back with his main army. Only going for the drop. The drop is spotted by the Prism. Creator is aware. Back at home, Clem building up. 3rd CC almost done. Clem, he ignores the Immortal, just going for the Prism. Up! And it looks like he will not get it. Barely not. War Prism does survive. And now we can calm down. Now we can take a moment to calm things down. Creator, he's able to, for the most part, maintain his economy, maintain his probe count. He's holding here on 3 bases, getting to his splash damage. Storm is on the way, Immortals as well. Clem had a lot of potential for damage, but he never did get into a mineral line, at least not quite properly. I mean, I say that I got 11 probe kills with the Banshees, but I was hoping for more. So Creator is stabilizing. Storm not done yet, still halfway done. And Clem is pushing. Without Storm, it's going to be a tight hold here for Creator. Storm still on the way. Clem pushing in. And just barely giving Creator any room to breathe. As Clem has been so aggressive, so assertive. I mean, it makes sense on a small map like Ghost River. Does make sense. Storm is done. We have Storm. Marauders, they take the lead. Threatening the base. Creator is taking a 4th. Decent Storm on the Marauders. Zell's trying to come in from behind. Clem does spot it. He does rotate over. Yeah, Zell's going to be shut down on both sides. Storm does land on the tank, not on the Marines. Yeah, we're breaking through. Clem, he's stepping on forward, getting on top of the Immortals. And he does bring them down one after the other. He's snowballing out of control. The Storms were not good enough. And GG gets called. Clem, he breaks through, and he will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Just hyper aggression out of Clem here in game number 2. Again, it makes sense because of how small the map is, how short the rush distance is on Ghost River. And Clem, he breaks through. He will advance on to the grand finals to face off against Max Pax in a best of 5. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Clem. My condolences to Creator. He did a good job. He did an amazing job though, making it this far into the semis. Was not an easy run for Creator. He took down a Classic to get here. He took down Harsum, took down Mana, took down a lot of Protoss. A lot of PvPs have been going on here tonight, not just on our stream, but in the bracket itself. And Creator did make it to the semis, but does meet his end at the hands of Clem. And with that, we have our finalists. It is going to be another PvT. Clem versus MaxPax. Let's go. And this is going to be a rematch. Is this a rematch from last week? Let me double check. We did recently cast Clem versus MaxPax. It wasn't in the ESL Americas. It was in another tournament. Oh no, yeah, it was last week. Yeah. Okay. So this is going to be a rematch from last week, from last week's KungFu Cup. For those that maybe weren't here, and for those who are maybe unaware, Clem and MaxPax, they faced off not in the finals last week, they faced off in the semi-finals. And MaxPax, he looked scary. It was a bit of a weird series though, is what I will admit. For those that are curious, Clem is no longer in Europe, he's in Korea. He's in Korea, so they're playing on ping, of course. It didn't look like it was ping, but Clem, if you remember, he was taking a lot of Novus to the face, winding it back, for those that remember last week. MaxPax was playing very Disruptor heavy, both in Game 1 and Game 2, and we saw a lot of massive connections, a lot of massive Novas connecting with Clem's army time and time again, and MaxPax took the 2-0. Did look quite dominant over Clem. It did, to me at least, seem like maybe it was just because Clem just recently arrived in Korea and he was still getting used to his setup. It did seem like Clem was playing a little bit less than he usually does, and it may just be because, again, he's playing on a different setup. He's not at home anymore. He's playing on a new PC. But now he's had a week. Now he's had a week to recover, a week to really settle in. And now we have the rematch. We have the rematch, Pappy. Let's go. Zero MS. True, it is Zero MS now. True. New clan. Is now reflective of reality. Who won? MaxPax. MaxPax 2-0'd. He 2-0'd Clem, as I was alluding to. Previously. In last week's KungFu Cup. But now we're getting ready here for the best of 5 grand finals. Vetoes are underway. We do have a little bit of time here before we can embrace those finals. Let's go. Secretly wishes for Australian timeout to be offline midstream so we can get another first quacker. True. Aye. With all the first, you would think Steel Mode would lurk less. Oh. Nah, they stay at 69. That's the ideal amount. Here we go. We've made it here to the grand finals. It all ends here. It all ends between Clem and MaxPax. I'm hoping for a back and forth. I'm hoping for it. And Clem has found a lot of success already in Korea. Again, it's not easy to come out ahead and take these Korean weeklies, but Clem, he already won ESL Asia this week, which was really impressive. Really impressive. Something that's, again, is not easy to achieve. It's something that Rainer struggled with when he was staying in Korea. But Clem, his first week, already wins. Crazy. Crazy runs already. Crazy performances. And we'll see if Clem can also claim this event, can also claim KungFu Cup as well. We'll see. He's been on a tear and has been improving. Just to reiterate, for those who don't know, Clem, he's boot camping in Korea in preparation for EWC. There's a lot of players that have been taking certain initiatives to prepare for Esports World Cup, like Clem, like Estrella. They're again in Korea. Hero is another one. If you maybe didn't realize or didn't notice, Hero has been absent from tournaments for the past 3 weeks. Hero has been avoiding KSL, he's been avoiding ESL Asia, ESL Americas, KungFu Cup. Hero has been avoiding all tournaments because he has been doing customs, doing ladder, just building and focusing on and preparing for EWC as well. I think Hero is the only player that has taken that initiative. Like, you could argue like Cyril, but Cyril doesn't play in online weeklies anyway. Cyril doesn't play in them. I know Rainer's on vacation. We'll see if he comes back to online play or not after the vacation. See how he does prepare himself. But Hero, he's cooking. He's cooking, man. He is cooking. What's the first map? Veto's not done. Veto's are still on the way. Here we go. The players are getting ready. Claim only won Nightmare and Solo to win ESL Asia. I mean, yeah, that's still more than what Rainer accomplished. It's Smurge. Smurge. Maybe next time. I'm sure Rainer won't be too discouraged from coming back to Korea. I think he's expressed interest in maybe returning one day. Hope so. Hope so. Would hope so. So that, but Clem lost to Nightmare multiple times this year. He has. Nightmare has some killer PVT. If you don't watch the Korean events, maybe you're unaware. Today he lost to the Milky Cow. Even Beyond dropped maps to the Milky Cow. What do you mean? Milky Cow's an animal. He's a cow. He's a beast. Even Beyond dropped the map, Abby. You're underselling Milky Cow. Aye, aye, aye. True animal. He is an animal. Put things into context, Pappy. But here we go. It looks like vetoes are done and we're getting ready for game number 1. We're jumping into our grand finals of WTL KungFu Cup round number 10. As a reminder, we're running out of rounds. 11 rounds in total, so we have one more week of KungFu Cup before it goes on hiatus until the next season of World Team League. So we're running out of KungFu Cups. Enjoy your KFC while you can. Enjoy it, Pappy. Enjoy it. As game 1 is going to be on Oceanborn. Let's go. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our Danish Protoss player. The blue Protoss representing Storm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the French Terran player, the red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And predictions in the chat are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim this series and who will claim the finals. We'll see if Clem can get his revenge. The last time they faced was last week in this very tournament. They faced off a week ago, and MaxPax did get the 2-0, but again, I do feel like some of that was because Clem had only recently arrived in Korea. He was still settling in, still getting used to his setup, still getting used to Korea itself. Now he's been there a week. Now, can we fight back? Let's find out. We're here to find out. Double gas open out to Clem. Double gas leading into a faster factory, a much more aggressive setup here out of our red Terran player. Meanwhile, MaxPax moving out across the map with that probe scout. We're settling in. Milky Cow's an animal. It's a cow. Quote of the day. We have many animals. Ducklings, cats, pig, cow, true turkey, Dano. We have a turkey as well. Do you have the turkey? There's got to be some more animals out there, right? Like Mia Micah, that's a cat as well. Mia Micah's a cat. True. That's why Mia's in his name. I think Micah is Micah the Vietnamese word for cat? Something like that. Something like that. He's told us before. Who else do we have? Ah. So now we are moving out. Give me Hose Fox. Oh, didn't know that. 9-10 Fox. It's close enough. It's fine. I will take it. Of Ryung's a tuna? True. Dongwon. He's a tuna. The tuna Terran. Ah. As for now, we are embracing that factory, going for our initial Reaper. Reaper moves that across the map. Going to be poking in. Likewise, MaxPax is keeping up as well. We do have our Adept in position. And we'll zone the Reaper away. Reaper going to be zoned back. When it comes to our setup here, we are going for Reaper Hellion. No add-ons for the time being. No add-ons yet. As MaxPax did open with the Zealot, is hoping to delay the CC, and it looks like he will. Oh! He has to be getting very low. Adept is on the way as well. And can we successfully delay this expansion? As the Adept has arrived, but we do intercept. We're going for the SCV. Oh! We're going for it. Oh, we don't quite get it. Adept does shade back home, does survive, but the SCV survives as well. The base is going to get up and running. MaxPax races back. Another SCV is coming in. Oh my, the other Adept is coming in. He gets it. We do delay the expansion, and we recall back. So nice pick off here from MaxPax. Back at home, we have our tech of choice, going for a Blink-based opener. While the council's done, Blink is on the way. Meanwhile, Clem, he's going to be diving on the main army. Does get one of the Adepts. He's going to get the second Adept as well. And how many probe kills? We get one. We barely get a second probe. The Reapers are getting low. We get up to 3. 3 probes go down, and we barely get a 4th probe as well. As we still rally in, Clem has yet to confirm the tech. Yet to fully confirm. We get eyes on the gateway. We get eyes on the robo. More or less, we're aware. As at the end of the day, Clem was able to get 4 probe kills for 3 Reapers and 1 Hellion. Not the best trades. It was basically 1-to-1. Bearing in mind that Clem also delayed his CC was also delayed. So I would give the edge to MaxPax here, as he's calming down, settling in, and embracing his 3-gate blink. 3 gateways here between 2 bases. Blink is almost done. MaxPax is about to move out across the map, and we'll see if Clem can hold on. Behind this, Widowmine drop making its way towards the natural. Stalker's in position. We do reaction time. And the Widowmine should not get much done. We get the Unburrow. Widowmine into the main. Oh, the reaction! Ooh, we don't retarget. There was potential, Poppy. There was potential for damage, but we only get 2 probe kills. Aye. 2 probes go down. 3 probes even. And MaxPax does defend, but we're still not done. Behind this, we saw, of course, was it Björn? Yeah, we saw Björn embrace Banshee play earlier against MaxPax. We see it here. Again, this has been a very trendy play style over the past couple of months, over the past 4 months, going tank Banshee. Started with the Koreans, and of course, a lot of the Europeans have embraced it as well. Going for the Banshees to harass, tanks through the center. We can reinforce the main army with this as well. And we'll see what we can get done. You know, MaxPax has been kept busy, and he has not scouted the main. Not yet. MaxPax is on the way. At the same time, Banshee does hit the natural. The Cloak is done. However, the Observer comes out just in time. Despite that, we still get 3 probe kills. 3, getting 4, getting barely 5 probe kills. 5 probes for 1 Banshee. It's an okay trade. I'm sure we were hoping for a little bit more. Is okay. At the same time, Banshees, they're still on the way. Stalkers, they get into the main. And we do an equal amount of damage. 5, 6 SCVs going down. Do lose a Stalker. Bit of miscontrol there out of MaxPax. Does lose a Stalker. But that does make up for the Banshee. Makes up for the worker kills earlier. As Clem moves out with a 2nd Banshee. 3rd Banshee's on the way. Making his way into the main. Catching transferring workers, not bad. We'll get 2 probes. At the same time, Clem is moving through the center of the map. MaxPax going to try and slow him down. Does try to. Catching some Marines. Well, the tanks will make it across. And our goal here is to knock down the 3rd base. MaxPax, can he keep up? So far, trading well against the Marines. Shaves off a good chunk. Tanks are slowly leapfrogging forward. The Immortal has arrived. Charge is not yet done. Oh, we do take a massive tank shot to the face. Clem is running out of Marines, though. Get the shield battery. No overcharge. Bear that in mind. Overcharge not available. We do catch reinforcements, though. Getting a tank. Tank goes down. Marines and Marauders as well. Good pickups. Charge is done. We can collapse on the main army. And we are breaking out. We're breaking through. We get on top of the tanks. Tanks are going down one after the other. And Max Packs will clean this up. Getting the tanks and the Marines. The Banshee will survive, but not much else. And that wasn't too worth it for Clem. That was such a committed push. And again, ideally we break the third, but the third survives. The third does survive, the probes as well. Banshee gets into the main, but now Max Packs has map control. And now we're moving out. Moving out across the map, what do we have at home to defend? We have a bunker on the low ground. We have a tank on the high ground. Not much to work with. The Observer does get eyes on the tank. We'll see where Max Packs does take this. Do we try to break the low ground or do we blink into the main? Okay, we're going for the main. Going for the main base. Banshee delays mining at the third. Not bad. 3 probe kills. Forcing less mining time. Keeping the Stalkers busy at the same time as Zealots drop into the main. SCVs are going down. Bad, we get 2 SCVs. Forcing a stim out of the army. But it looks like Max Packs has no interest in really breaking this position, so he's going to play it slow. The Observer will get eyes on the third base timing. So Max Packs can just chill outside the base, take his own fourth, taking up into Colossus, forge for upgrades, +1. Getting fully saturated. And we even do recall back home. So Max Packs settling into a longer game. Meanwhile, Clem has been building up an army, and it's been quite an army here. That's a lot of Marauders. It's a very heavy Marauder-based army here for Clem. Designed to break through Stalkers, Immortals, Colossus. It's quite beefy. It's a lot of beef, Pat. A lot of beef. Ah, I'm hungry. I was thinking about the cow earlier, and the KFC. And now Clem. As they'll say, drop into the natural. Getting a couple of SCVs. Does delay the move outs, but we are still moving out. Clem is still going to be pushing 4 CC behind this, so it's still going to be 3 base all in. We are getting ready for a longer game, taking a 4th. Clem does push through the center. Going for a split push even. Fanning out his units. He is spotted, he pulls back. It's all about the positional play. We do run into the Zealots. Yeah, nice movement here out of Clem. Does catch the Zealots. Max Packs trying to keep up himself. Has limited map vision. Fanning out his Zealots. Moving out his army. See Clem set up with a trap with his tanks. Well, Max Packs will pick one up. Oh, not quite. Oh my god. Not quite, as he does retreat. Max Packs pulls away. Getting a 5th base. Fanning at his units. Getting into Colossus. Still no Storm yet. No other form or splash damage. Just Colossus for the time being. On at 3 Colossus. Both players are building up. Both players are maxing out. And for the time being, I'm favoring Clem's army right now. He's even going for a 2nd starport, getting to Mass Viking if need be, to deal with those Colossus. But without disruptors or... Did I miss it? Yeah, without disruptors or Storm, In a head-on fight, I don't know how I feel about MaxPax's main army. Pushing in. EMP does connect. We don't quite catch the ghost. Cells being forced back. MaxPax going for a second robo. This should be for Disruptor, or at least Immortal production. Should be. Clem looking for an opportunity. Going for the drop. We do defend. Good position here by MaxPax. He shuts down the medevac. Medevac goes down. Upgrades are on the way. MaxPax still maxed out with mainly a gateway-based army. Meanwhile, Clem, his army's getting a bit out of hand here. Plenty of ghosts, marauders, Vikings. We haven't embraced Liberators yet, but we're getting there. As +1 ship weapon's about to finish up. Fourth base is getting fully saturated. 3 more CCs on the way. MaxPax going for the Dark Shrine. He's trying to work his way up, but the EMPs are brutal. Oh my god. Okay, we shut down the first Colossus. MaxPax trying to come in for a flank, but we keep up. Again, the spread of tanks is insane. We catch out some Vikings. Some Vikings are going to be kiting back here against the Zealots. We're coming in from behind. We're going for the Colossus. Oh, we're going to get one. One Colossus goes down. Only one left. MaxPax. It looks like he can barely keep up. More Zealots are warping in. MaxPax does force back Clem. Clem is being forced back. CC under fire as well. And behind this, Disruptors. Finally, Disruptors are on the way. That's a kill on the command center as well. It's going to be a kill. Decent EMP on the Stalkers. Trying to push through. Disruptors have arrived. And the Novas, they can turn back the army. We have one more Nova left. Doesn't quite connect. Third Disruptor has made it. At the same time, Zealot run by towards the natural. Does distract the main army. Does distract reinforcements. Nice target firing, though. We do get a Disruptor. Disruptor goes down. MaxPax still trying to force his way up the ramp. Is trying to, and he barely is. He's getting on top of the Marauders. We blink on top of the tanks. And GG gets called. MaxPax, he barely breaks through, and he will take game 1. Whew. GG, a very, very aggressive style there out of MaxPax, just in the face of Clem the entire time. I was concerned that in a longer game he would be outscaled, and I still stand by that. But MaxPax just relying on heavy Zealot reinforcements, and again he was able to break Clem before it could really stabilize and recover. GG. GG, well played. MaxPax does take a lead, and now we're getting ready for game number 2. Getting ready for that second game. As a reminder, this is going to be a best of 5, not a best of 3, best of 5. Plenty more games ahead of us. Plenty more games to come. Night Phoenix is a cat girl, I believe. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. That is true. I don't think we count Night Phoenix, though. I don't think we count that. Astra is also a cat girl. Shaking my head. It's the Astra and Night Phoenix. We are getting ready for that second game, and we're going to be loading into Amphion. An interesting map choice, a map often vetoed, but again, it's a best of 5, so less vetoes are available. We're able to embrace some of these otherwise unorthodox maps like Amphion, and we'll see how we embrace this. I mean, not a bad map for a Phoenix play, for example, Phoenix Colossus. We'll see if MaxPax does go for that kind of style, or if we go back to Blink Stalkers. Let's find out. Let us find out. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amphion, we have our Danish Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Psystorm Gaming, leading the series 1-0. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the French Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Liquid, down in the series, looking to bounce back. It is Clem. Here we go. Hello, MaxPax. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? What's going on? Now, we saw this earlier against Bjorn, so we're going for a proxy gate across the map. I imagine one gateway back at home and one being proxied. We'll see if we double down a little bit further. Actually, never mind. With our pylon placement, this is going to be our first... Okay, just our first gate. I was like, are we going to double down and throw down a second gateway as well? For now, not the case. And we're hoping for an economic opener, and that is exactly what we're seeing. It's going to be a Rax Expand. Rax Expand here by Clem. So this is going to be the ideal for MaxPax. As he does dip in, we'll tase away at the SCV. And this is to go for a Zealot initially, followed by, of course, our Stalker and Adept. And designed to delay the expansion of Clem. And we saw that MaxPax was able to pull that off in Game 1. And looking to have a bit of a different approach here in Game 2. So there we go. Zealot is being chronoed as we speak. Cybercore is on the way. We have the CC on the low ground, and Clem is unaware of what's going on. Is going Marine first. And the first Zealot has arrived. Going for the second even as well. And we can actually afford to just wait for the second Zealot at this point. With still a lot of progression to go on this CC. We still have time. Safety bunkers on the way. Okay, Clem playing it safe. He hasn't scattered anything, by the way, but I appreciate this. Does have the bunker. At least started, but the SCVs are being forced back. Second Zealot has arrived, and just like that, massive delay here on the CC. Clem stuck on one base. Meanwhile, MaxPax is expanding. He's expanding back at home, chilling. We have a Stalker follow-up with their range-based units. Can we even force a cancel on the CC? Oh. That would be huge. Stalker has arrived, and we may force a cancel. Ay, ay, ay. Marine goes down. We just ignore it. We just go for the main instead. Cyclone is on the way. When the Cyclone arrives, then we can defend. We can force this back with a Cyclone. Until then, though, we get an SCV. We get two even. Marines are under fire. Marines being forced back. Nice control at our MaxPax. And that depot is going down. Oh, that's a kill. A kill in the depot. We back off. Cyclone has made it. We have up to two Stalkers. Is there a world can we get on top of the Cyclone? Couple hits go up. Cyclone getting low. No shot. Oh my god. One more shot away. Calm down. Cyclone barely survives. We force a cancel. Oh my god, brutal. The base is still canceled nonetheless. We're just rallying in. We don't even care. We're going for the Cyclone as well. Getting so low. And with three Stalkers, we can pop off. We can snowball out of control. And this game may be over before it really began. I mean, a second Cyclone is in production. It does pop out in time. And we just go for the second Cyclone. Oof. We get one. We get both. Both Cyclones as well. GG gets called. That's game-ending damage, and MaxPax takes a 2-0 lead. GG. Oh boy. GG, well played. Brutal, Pappy, brutal. Just a really rough start there for Clem. Unable to save the CC. His first Cyclone got very low. Marines were dropping as well. Just a brutal start, and things very quickly escalated out of control. Aye, aye, aye. Again, unfortunately, when it came to the initial defense, we did need to pre-pull some SCVs a little bit earlier to save the Cyclone. The Cyclone got very low very quickly. I'm referring to the first Cyclone, and with the first Cyclone getting low, we had no really presence to defend the natural to force back the army, and things went from bad to worse real quick. And with that, we're one game away from ending the series, ending the tournament, and crowning our champion. The pressure is now on Clem. He has to fight back here and now to make a series out of this. Oh boy. Here we go. I'm hoping for a longer series. I want to see I want to see an ace match. You know, I'd love to see an ace match, but the pressure is on Clem. Oh boy, as we're settling into Alcyone. Settling in. Now, this is going to be a much larger map, a more macro-oriented map as well. So we should be seeing a more back and forth. At least we should be seeing a mid-game here. But we'll keep an eye on our players. We'll see what we embrace. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alcyone, we have our Danish Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Sidestorm Gaming, one game away from becoming this week's KungFu Cup champion. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the French Terran player representing Team Liquid. Down in this series, he needs to fight back here and now to have a chance at an ace match. It is Clem. Pressure is on. So I'm asking best of 3, best of 5 finals. Best of 5. We go. Whew. As we are going to be moving out with our probe scouts. Meanwhile, Clem should be opening up with a Rax Expand single gas opener. We are on Alcyone. It is a much larger map, a lot of bases to be taken, a lot of bases to expand to, very defendable on 3 and 4 bases, which is why I mentioned that we should be looking to embrace a longer game here. As Clem is opening up economically, and MaxPax will confirm. And this time, MaxPax is not going for a proxy, so he won't be able to punish this. He won't be able to capitalize on this. Not this time. As MaxPax gets eyes on the second gas, confirms it hasn't been taken, so is aware of the opener. He's going to try and delay the CC for as long as we can. But even if we're in position, we can just force it to be off-center. We can lift on over. Can lift off, and there it is. CC is on the way. And this time it should finish. This time we should be okay. We should be able to calm things down. As likewise, MaxPax going for the gate expand. Adept is on the way. It's being chronoed as we speak. And we can see that Clem is looking for the proxy, just making sure that everything's on the up and up. Checks the linear third before moving out. Just making sure it doesn't get caught out again. Ooh, Adept does shade out at the wrong moment, and Clemmy dips in. But there's another Adept on the way, so we shouldn't lose too much here. Probes under fire. We almost get the one worker. Almost. Yeah, second Adept has arrived, and we cannot force the Reaper out. Meanwhile, MaxPax trying to get on top of that CC, but it should finish up in time. It's going to be close. Yeah, the CC will complete. And the Adept will not deny the third, or deny the base. Will not deny the expansion. We'll get an SCV, but not much more than that. Ooh, as the Adept does go down. Nice sort of stepping out of Clem. Not a good trade for MaxPax. Behind this, we're embracing a 1-1-1. Getting ready for some drop play. Ooh, I say that. There's a Tech Lab in production. Very early Tech Lab here at Clem. And this may be an add-on swap for Banshees. We could either go for an add-on swap, or we can go for fast tanks into a tank push. We'll see what we go for. Regardless, aggression here. And there it is. We're going for the add-on swap. We are embracing that Tech Lab on the starport instead. Adept shades in. No, no shot. We shade into the main base. We confirm everything in the main as well. We get eyes on both Tech Labs. We get eyes on the lack of researching Tech Lab here at the starport. It is going to be a Raven opener, not a Banshee. I just assumed it would be the Banshee, but never mind. Going for the Raven instead. Adept getting 2 SCV kills. But again, a good scout nonetheless. Does confirm there's no 3-backs. We get 3 SCV kills as well. And no shot, Bappy. GG gets called. Clem taps out. I just want to make sure something that we didn't lose anything across the map here for a moment. I want to make sure that we didn't lose anything too heavily either. No, it was just a full scout, killed SCVs. Yeah. And Clem does tap out. GG. Aye. Brutal loss, papi. And with that, we have our champion here. We don't really get to sink our teeth into it in the end. I was hoping we could. I was hoping we could embrace a more longer game. But, I mean, I guess we got more of a back and forth in game 1. On Oceanborn, we had more of a back and forth. But here, we crown our champion. GG. GG, well played. MaxPax will take it here. I do think that Clem was a little bit frustrated there. I mean, it was some brutal losses, losing all those SCVs and getting fully scouted as well. Yeah, GG. GG, well played. MaxPax will take the 3-0. And fun fact, over the past 2 weeks, MaxPax has gotten a 5-0 over Clem. Last week in KungFu Cup, MaxPax 2-0'd Clem. This week, 3-0. Crazy. Clem has not taken a map out of from MaxPax in a while here, and I'm hoping that changes. I'm hoping that does change here on forward, but yeah, impressive stuff. But much more aggressive games here from MaxPax. Again, I wanted to sink my teeth into them, papi. I wanted a longer series. I was robbed. GG. GG, well played. My condolences here to Clem, but I hope to see more of him in the coming days and the coming weeks. Do look forward to it. Clem beat MaxPax last EU Cup. Did Clem play in the European Cup from Korea? No shot. I don't believe you. I'll double check though. Did he play in this week's EU Cup? I haven't been looking at the European Cup results. Clem did not. He did not play in this week's EU Cup, and he did not play last week either. Yeah. So Clem hasn't been playing, yeah. Este Eistan. Mate, Rainer's not even a Terran player. What are you talking about? Este Eistan. Shaking my head. But yeah, so MaxPax is on a bit of a win streak against Clem. On a bit of it for the past 2 weeks. We'll see if that trend continues. I look forward to seeing them face off next week in KungFu Cup as well. And regardless, GG, well played. Congratulations to MaxPax. Does come out with a win. And fun fact, MaxPax did not drop a single map this tournament. Crazy. Oh my god. Just double checking that. But yeah, MaxPax with a... Has this happened before? Has MaxPax won? I think he has won a KungFu Cup before, but usually there are some big names to stop him. There are players like Classic or Hero or Dark. Like usually someone trips MaxPax up, but here this week, yeah, 2-0. 2-0 over Rex, 2-0 over Estrella, over Sue, over Björn, over Skillus, and over Clem at the end of the day as well. So very impressive. Very impressive performance here at a MaxPax. Flawless victory. Flawless, papi. Flawless. GG. Again, not something done too often at all here in these KungFu Cups. I'm just quickly double checking. Yeah, like last week, MaxPax, he dropped maps to Classic and Showtime. And like, yeah, usually someone is there to bring him down, papi. Not this week though. Not this week. GG. GG, well played. And with that, we're gonna be wrapping up. I mean, it's 2 a.m. so the night ends a little bit early, but it is 2 a.m. so I'm happy to get some food and then go to bed. So that's going to be the plan. When it comes to our next broadcast, we should be live tomorrow. Should be live tomorrow in less than 24 hours with Sea Duckling Open. If you're curious, what the hell is Sea Duckling Open? Quack, I say, quack. Sea Duckling Open is our monthly bronze to diamond tournament. Basically, back in the day, back in 2019, 2018, 2017, that's when we started casting, that's when we started hosting events, and back then we used to only do amateur events. We used to host our own weekly diamond tournaments and a monthly masters tournament as well. That's how we started. That's how the Cranky Ducklings did begin. Then as the years went on, it took a lot of work to host those events. As you can imagine, for amateur events are a lot more difficult to host than pro events. because one, there's a lot of people that show up that maybe haven't played before, so they don't know how to make lobbies, they don't know like server rules or how to make custom games, all that stuff, so we have to walk them through it. On top of that, we have to check and vet every player to make sure there are no smurfs, so it's a longer process as well. So it is, yeah, it's a lot of work. But we used to do that back in the day. Then when we started casting more pro events, we kind of put that on the back burner. We started hosting them less and less often, but now we brought them back. We brought them back this year, and now we host them as monthly. So every single month, we host an event for Diamond players, and we host an event for Masters players as well, just as a bit of a callback to how we started, and we still want to support the amateur scene as well. And tomorrow is this month's Sea Duckling Open. So we have you covered. We have you covered there. If you're interested, you can tune in. Again, that's going to be in less than 24 hours, so check that out. If you are maybe a Masters player, we have a Masters event happening this weekend. So this weekend is going to be Masters Swan Open. So if you're maybe not Diamond, if you're Masters, if you want to participate, if you want to play, we got you covered there. The event isn't just limited to Diamond players or Masters players. It's open to all leagues, as long as you're below the threshold of Masters for MSO or Diamond for SDO. So, yeah, if you're interested, then you can take part in that. Again, it's more of like a community event. I'm going to say that, fun fact, because we've been hosting these events for years, there are actually some pro players that we casted when they were Diamond. So there are some pros that were Diamond years ago that we casted. One of them is GG Machine. We casted him back before he hit GM. This was back in like 2018. Who are the others? We have like a list of them. Oreo, of course. Starduck is another one. We casted them when they were Diamond, before they hit GM, before they went Pro. Ruichi, the American Protoss player, likewise as well. Mixu, the Finnish Zerg player. Should be familiar with him. We casted him when he was Diamond. years ago. So, yeah, it's a great way to motivate players. That's like the big thing for it. It's a way to motivate players to compete, to improve, and it's not like everyone that plays eventually hits GM. Not the case, but like it gives the opportunity for players to, again, motivate themselves, improve, and reach that. And because of that, we have some examples of players that were at one point Diamond and eventually hit GM over years. So yeah, it's really cool. Really cool that we have that example of I think it's like 6 or 7 players in total over like 5 years. So yeah, it's really cool to see. Really cool to see that happen, and we still continue to host our events in the hopes to foster, you know, a more grassroots scene. So if you're interested, you can follow us there. You can support us there. Otherwise, socials in the chat. Oh, also predictions. Almost forgot. Predictions, pal. We're getting paid out. Otherwise, you can follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. !socials in the chat if you want a link to all of our social media. We do upload on YouTube on a daily basis, so you can follow us on YouTube as well. We do live stream on both YouTube and Twitch at the same time. And if you want to support us and support our tournaments, Patreon. Patreon is the place to be. Patreon alongside subscribing on Twitch, becoming a member on YouTube. You can do so if you wish. If you wish. Good night, Papi. Good night, Papi. Good night. With that, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for the support. We're going to be heading off for the night. We'll see you guys tomorrow for Sea Duckling Open for some Diamond StarCraft. Usually when we host our amateur events, the casting is a little bit less serious, a little bit less critical as well, because, hey, it's Diamond players and Masters players, so likewise, be aware, be socially aware, and don't be harsh in the chat. Because we have a more laid-back, chill time. Otherwise, yeah, we'll see you guys tomorrow. See you then. Until then, hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego.